Welcome everybody to the community session for the MSA 2023 conference. First, I'd like to begin today by acknowledging the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. My name is George Pampakos, and I'm Vice Chair of MS Australia. And I'm very excited for this morning's session. I'm very excited to see the smiling people in the room and very excited to see the confidence that people have with our announcement coming up today. Thank you all for coming, because I know it's a big effort to come along, and thank you all for your confidence and being so supportive of MSA and also MSWA. We have three speakers this morning. First is Associate Professor Des Graham. He's the President of MS Australia. Des has been a member of the NDIS board since 2019 and has over 35 years' experience in health and human services. Des is living with MS and is the recipient of our NDIS package. Des.
Thank you, George. Good morning, everybody. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here with you and to the people who are watching on stream. So thank you for your attendance. To members of the MS Australia board, members of the MSWA board, CEO Melanie Keeley, our international guests, and good morning to everybody. It's often said we live in interesting times, but for the MS community, both here and globally, we are living in what I would call exceptional times. And I'm just going to give you 5 key reasons. Firstly, in May, we participated at the Global MS Summit in New York, where MS, along with other leading MS societies across the world, signed a declaration to drive implementation of the Pathways to Cures research roadmap. For us, that's where the rubber hits the road. And we at MS Australia, in partnership with our colleagues in MS Canada, we will be driving off the cab rank first. We're working on a proposal for a global research collaboration under the third pillar of the Pathways to Cures roadmap, End MS through early detection and early intervention. It's about getting in early, even before symptoms become evident, to stop MS before it starts. And I'd encourage you to watch this space. Secondly, this year, after MS Australia made a number of submissions, assertive discussions, interfaces with the Minister's Office, the Prime Minister's Office, the NHMRC, the MRFF, and anybody else that would listen to us, we were successful in influencing the allocation of $18 million into the MS community for research into the Epstein-Barr virus. We are very proud of that achievement. Thirdly, yesterday, of course, we made a major announcement about a clinical trial in Australia, Platypus, linked to the work in the UK that will help the global push to find effective treatments to progress all forms of MS, addressing a major gap in treatment options now available. There are, of course, many other reasons why we should be excited about what is happening right now and what lies just a short hop over the horizon. Many of those have been showcased here in Perth at this conference, and we are entirely grateful for those presentations. They talk about a lot of the research, but in MS Australia's inclusiveness, we have heard many stories about the impact of research on the daily lives of people living with MS and in the important involvement of people with MS in research. It's also significant that this year marks the 30th anniversary of the first use of disease-modifying therapy for MS, a beta interferon. Since then, DMTs have helped revolutionise treatment for people living with MS, making an incredible difference not only for us but for families, friends and carers. We have come a very long way since the first use of our DMTs. But it's the pace of change that excites me and excites you. We are incredibly excited about what is possible. So when we talk about pathways to cures, we talk about real possibilities, real progress. My fourth dot point, the NDIS review report findings are imminent, and we have all great hope and anticipation that these findings will improve this critically important service framework. Important not only for people living with MS, but for their carers, their families, their friends, and the workplaces. Finally, and to what I believe most importantly, consumer involvement of people living with MS across research, policy development and review, and with the broader industry stakeholders as experts, not only in the disease, but what consumers need, when they need them and where they need them, is at an all-time high, with plenty of expectation that this will continue to grow at a rapid pace. But none of this, of course, is possible without funding. And the funding that we provided through MS Australia is critically important to keeping the whole wheel moving, whether it be policy, research or consumer involvement. That's one of the reasons why we're here in Perth, to pay tribute to MS community here in this beautiful state of Western Australia and to MSWA's exceptional contribution to the Australian research work. So in closing, be excited. Our future is more promising than ever before, and I am very proud to be part of the MS community today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Des. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr Horst Bermel, MSWA Chair. I can guarantee people here in the room and watching from home, both Des, MSA Chair, and Horst, central focus on everything the MSA and MSWA Board do is for people living with MS, their carers and their families. I'd now like to call up Ms Melanie Keeley, CEO of MSWA, a member organisation WA providing a range of services, including NDIS support to people living with MS in WA. Melanie is also Non-Executive Director on the Board of National Disability Services, the Australian peak body for non-government disability services. Melanie.
Thank you, George. Good morning, everybody. It's so lovely to see you here today. I'd like to also start by paying my respects to the traditional owners of the land on this beautiful Wajak Budja land that we stand on the Derbil Yerrigan, this beautiful, beautiful river that is so close, and you can just go for it down. If you ever need a break from today, it's beautiful to get down to the river and have a look. I'm not here, I'm just one person. I happen to be a spokesperson. I'm here on behalf of our board. I'm here on behalf of Horst, who's our chair. And most importantly, on behalf of our community. MSWA was set up 51 years ago as an organiser by people with MS, for people with MS. And it's really important that we never, ever forget that. And that's why it's so heartwarming to see today's conference being expanded and included to the community and the clients that we serve. Research is only there because it's trying to improve the lives of people with MS, and we're only going to do that better if we include and talk to and design research with people from MS. And I know I'm very excited because I know we've got a number of our co-design committee here today, and really grateful to have you guys in the room because I know we're in our early stages and I know we're going to get better. It's truly sitting down and truly designing things together. So it's to you that I'm talking today, and if we've got any researchers in the room who heard me 2 days ago talking about platypus, I apologise that you might hear this again. But we're very proud to be the primary funder of platypus. We're putting in $3 million over the next few years to fund this, and that's the initial phase, and if it goes well, we may well invest in it further. And I say invest because on purpose. You know, we're investing for an outcome. We're investing to improve lives for people with MS, and that's really important that that's the focus. And that's what's so exciting about platypus. Julia will talk to you, and I'm kind of cheated here, but Julia and I've swapped over, thank you, Julia, but she'll tell you the science piece of it. But what is so exciting about platypus is you're taking drugs that are already used for another purpose. They've already gone through clinical trials. They've already been approved for the use in humans, and they will be given to people with MS on top of their normal regime. So you don't have to worry about stopping what you're on. It is effectively complementary, I suppose. Julia's probably, is that okay word to say, Julia? But you can take them on top. And the good thing is we'll be able to see really quickly which drug works. So the two drugs, for example, are metformin, which is typically used for type 2 diabetes, and alpha-lipoic acid. And it's interesting, I'll give you a personal story. When I was going through IVF, many, many years of IVF with both my kids, and I have to remember I really wanted them when they drive me nuts as teenagers. But one of the things they gave me was metformin, because they believed they were trialling it actually in a similar kind of trial to see if it helped from an infertility point of view. It did stop me eating lollies, which was a good thing. But look, I think it's really exciting that we can get results quicker, we can see results, and we can see how it changes the lives of people with MS. And us at MSWA, we're going to be focusing a lot more on what we call investing in research that both translates to explaining to you and the community what benefits and how you can change your lives to be better, and investing in research that'll have an outcome to improve lives. So that's the really important piece. We don't want to be stuck in a lab. We want to be stuck in the community making a difference. And I know all our researchers make such a profound difference in people's lives with the work that they do, and it's great to connect the two pieces. You will be seeing posters around the place around our new brand. We've deliberately moved our brand from All About Us to Knowing Neuro to our clients and our community around life, not limits. So the purpose of research is to improve life and to reduce some of the limitations that the condition can put on people. And it's about embracing that. I don't think we have Susan or Chris who are outside, who are actually clients in our ad, and it's all about what they can still do with their lives, not what MS takes away from their lives. And I think that's the important thing with research, is how can we enhance those lives. So this is transformational research. We're really excited, and you know, the passion from Julia and her team in the early days of coming to talk to us about it, the passion of our board in doing this, and I think we're equally passionate about the fact that it's part of an international study. I don't know about you, but I'm agnostic to where the research is actually done. What I want to make sure is that our community can have the opportunity to participate in that research and benefit from the outcomes of that research in WA. And that is really important, that that's what we create for the community. I'm very supportive of the WA research community too, and if the research they can both either drive or participate in the research here, that is something with Minister Dawson, who was here 2 days ago, we're also very passionate about. But the key focus is in improving lives. So the Octopus trial, which started in the UK, and Julia will tell you a bit more about this, this is an offshoot of that trial in the UK. So thank you. You'll hear the science piece from Julia, but we are very, very proud to do this, and I'd like to thank Horst and the board for having the faith as well to back this. And at MSWA, we do look forward to seeing how research can improve life and reduce limits. Thank you very much.
Possibilities, not boundaries.
Great, Chris.
By supporting MSWA's lotteries, events or donating, you're helping provide research and support for West Aussies living with neurological conditions. Like Chris. MSWA. Life, not limits.
Thank you, Melanie. Finally, I'd like to call up Dr. Julia Morahan to talk about further the Platypus project. Julia's been Head of Research at MSA for the past 15 years. It's done an amazing job. So Julia, I probably got those years wrong, didn't I?
Okay. Thanks so much, George. Okay, so as you've heard, this week here in Perth, we announced the first ever adaptive clinical trial for Australians living with MS. It's a clinical trial that will seek to address the neurological damage caused by progressive multiple sclerosis. And we know this is our greatest unmet need in terms of treatment and being able to fill the gaps for people living with progressive MS. Platypus is a significant MS research collaboration, a partnership between MS Australia, Griffith University, and the project's major funder, MSWA, and one that I am incredibly proud to be part of. As Melanie mentioned, Platypus is the Australian arm of the Octopus clinical trial. This is a revolutionary trial that will transform the way that we test treatments that are so desperately needed for progressive MS. Platypus will test the effectiveness of promising new therapies for progressive multiple sclerosis, and we will test whether these therapies protect the nerves and promote repair. Importantly, these therapies are already approved for use in other diseases, which saves us time. We know they're safe. And the trial has multiple arms, hence Octopus, to test multiple drugs at once. By doing this, we have the potential to deliver life-changing new treatments up to 3 times faster. MS Australia is absolutely delighted to join this landmark clinical trial with several key partners. I don't think we can overstate this, Horst, but we are indebted to MSWA, without whom this trial could not have been brought to Australia. MSWA is a powerhouse of funding for supporting Australian MS research, so it is very fitting that we are able to launch the Platypus trial here in beautiful Perth. I would like to thank Melanie, her board, and her whole team for their generous investment in this Australia First trial. It shows MSWA's foresight and their commitment to the audacious goals for people with MS, and we are incredibly grateful. Octopus in the UK is led by Professor Jeremy Chataway and his colleagues at the University College of London. We thank Jeremy and the team at UCL for their leadership in establishing this innovative world-first clinical trial. We thank them especially for sharing this opportunity with Australians living with progressive MS. The Octopus trial in the UK is sponsored entirely by the MS Society of the UK. We congratulate MS UK for their vision and their efforts in raising unprecedented philanthropic support for the MS clinical trial. The Platypus team in Australia has been working tirelessly for many months now. We've very much looked forward to today, led by Professor Simon Broadley of Griffith University. We thank Simon for his leadership and look forward to hearing more from him later in the session about the details of the trial. Personally, I would like to thank Des Graham, the Chair of MS Australia, and the entire MS Australia board for their vision for people with MS in supporting Platypus. Many of our board members have a personal connection to MS, and we are grateful that they understand the urgency and the critical importance of finding solutions for people with progressive MS. Which brings me to my final thank you, to the people living with MS. As a community, people with MS have been integral to every stage of the development of the Platypus Octopus trial as a whole. This includes the trial design through to the selection of the therapies that we will use. And of course, we look forward to your support as we enrol our first Australian participants in Platypus in 2024. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. I asked Julia the other day when we were just preparing for the conference, I said, there's 3 or 4 really exciting research projects on the go. Which one's your favourite? It was actually like asking her which one's her favourite child is. I said, rank them? She goes, I can't rank them. My mum got diagnosed with MS about 34 years ago, I was saying last night. and just the research she's experienced the last 34 years, the change in medicines that she's received the last 34 years has been amazing. But the last 6 to 12 months, it just seems to be this air of excitement around MS research, which is really exciting for future generations. And hopefully, who knows, that future generation won't need to live with MS the way people currently live with MS are. Now, Simon Broadley's yep, perfect. So I'd now like to call up Professor Simon Broadley. And this resume is quite amazing. Professor is Dean and Head of the School of Medicine at Griffith University. He's also a Senior Staff Specialist in Neurology at the Gold Coast Hospital. Professor Broadley undertook undergraduate studies at the University of Manchester before completing his basic physician training in Liverpool and advanced training in neurology in Bristol. As part of his advanced training in neurology, he completed his studies with a Doctor of Philosophy in a thesis entitled The Genetics of a Complex Trait, Multiple Sclerosis. Previously, Professor Broadley was a foundation member of the School of Medicine faculty at Griffith University. Since being engaged at the Griffith University, he's been instrumental in setting up the Griffith Graduate Entry Medical Program through his role as a coordinator, and more recently, as a head of the school and Dean of Medicine. He continues to contribute to the neurological service at Gold Coast Hospital through the MS Clinic and General Neurology Service. His research interests include the epidemiology and genetics of MS, neuromyelitis optica, is that right? And SUNCT syndrome, as well as clinical trials of novel therapeutic agents for multiple sclerosis. Today, Professor Broadley will be speaking on how research in myelin repair is translated from the laboratory to the clinic for people with MS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George, for that kind introduction. I just want to clarify, I'm not the Dean of Medicine anymore at Griffith University. I gave up that about 8 years ago. Julia has made me too busy to do that job. So look, it really is an honour and a privilege to share this talk with you today. I'm very humbled by the broad breadth of researchers who have contributed to the work I'm about to talk to you about. I am simply the spokesperson, if you like, and I've spent my entire career researching MS in one way or another, and to get to a point where we can actually run our own clinical trials is really a groundbreaking step, and particularly the way in which we're going to do it, which will hopefully provide a platform for many, many, many years to come, so that we can just continue to improve the lives of people with MS. So, I've got no disclosures, thankfully, for this talk. I'm going to talk to you very quickly about MS etiology, so that's the causes of MS, and the pathology. That always used to bore me in medical school, but I've now realised it's actually really important. We all know about the unmet need. The opportunity that came along, and then obviously about the platypus trial itself, and then some other wonderful opportunities that have come our way in this last year. So it really is a very exciting time, as Julia has mentioned. And then, most importantly, at the end, I'll tell you about the team, because that really is vital to this whole thing. So, we know there are 33,000 people with MS in Australia. That's been calculated, thanks to MS Australia, to have an economic cost of $2.5 billion per year. Now, whilst some might see that as a burden, and I don't want anyone in this room to see that as a burden, the thing to do with that is to see it as a driver for investment, because we need to change this situation. So if it's costing us that much, we should be looking to spend something along that level to actually try and answer this question. And thankfully, through the efforts of MS Australia, we're finally making moves in that direction. So, why do people get MS? For a long time, people have said we don't know. I think for a long time we actually have known. And really, in the last 3 years or so, we've really developed the evidence to really prove that this little funny virus, the Epstein-Barr virus, or EBV, because Epstein-Barr virus is too long to say, is essential to get MS. So almost everyone who develops MS has evidence of past infection with the Epstein-Barr virus. However, you can't really say that it's the cause, because 95% of the population have Epstein-Barr virus. So there are other factors, and we know that your genetics, we've found over 200 genes that contribute to your risk of developing MS. There are a variety of environmental factors. Something championed in Australia is just exposure to sunlight, and also relative vitamin D deficiency are risk factors for developing MS. And we know that all of these factors contribute to an imbalance in the immune system, which basically, in simplistic terms, drives a pro-inflammatory response, and also a failure to sort of suppress that response, such that if anything inflames the immune system, such as a virus, the immune system doesn't quieten down afterwards. And if you happen to have developed antibodies or a T-cell response against components of the nervous system, that inflammation carries on, and that is what becomes MS. The proof for EBV came out of the US military, of all things. So over the last 20 years, people in the US have collected samples, serum samples from over 10 million US service people. And they volunteered, as you do in the army, to provide those samples, which were taken every 2 years. Actually, the primary purpose of that was to actually monitor for so-called Gulf War syndrome. They were trying to investigate that and find out what might be going on there. So they had all of these samples. And out of those 10 million or so people, 800 developed MS during that time. Only one person out of that 801 did not have evidence of Epstein-Barr virus in their blood. 35 people were so-called seronegative, did not have any evidence of Epstein-Barr virus when they enlisted, presumably around the age of 18. And they subsequently developed MS, and through looking at the serial samples, they can show all but one of those acquired the virus before they developed MS. So this means that the risk of having MS is associated with a 30-fold increased likelihood if you happen to have Epstein-Barr virus before you develop the disease. Whereas another virus known as CMV, there was no clear association with developing MS. So this has been used as fairly definitive proof that to develop MS, you have to have Epstein-Barr virus. The mean latency between getting the virus and developing MS is about 5 years. And this serum marker that we now use as a marker of damage to the brain, also the central nervous system, was noted to actually rise before people then presented with MS, their first symptoms. Now, as I said before, you have to have EBV to get MS, but it's not the cause, rather oddly, and it certainly probably doesn't drive ongoing inflammation. So this is a study from Jennifer Massey in Sydney, who's been leading the charge for AHSCT, so stem cell transplants or bone marrow transplantation in Australia to treat MS. And her work has shown that after you treat with this therapy, which pretty much ablates your immune system temporarily, when your immune system comes back, during that phase, Epstein-Barr virus goes rampant. So these are all markers of Epstein-Barr virus. And you can show it goes into what's called the lytic phase, which is actually the phase of when you actually have an infection. So it's the virus is dividing and replicating itself. Despite that, this is a really good treatment for MS, and people don't have relapses, they don't have new lesions whilst all of this is going on. So the virus itself is not directly driving the disease, but you have to have it in order to get the disease. Now, why does EBV cause MS? There are lots of theories at the moment. There's some evidence that the virus itself has components that look a little bit like certain parts of our nervous system, and that is known as molecular mimicry, so that the virus triggers a response against those components of our nervous system that look very similar. EBV is very clever. It actually lives in the B cells, which are the cells in the blood that produce antibodies. So it hides away in the immune system. And it does several things to those cells, and one of them is that it makes them immortal. So most of these cells have a regular turnover. They get exposed to a virus, they replicate, they fight the virus, and then they die away. There's a process that governs all of that. But these cells, they're infected with EBV, survive forever. They never go away. And that may well be part of the positive drive towards this overreactive component of MS. And because it never disappears, then that potential for reactivity against parts of your nervous system, if those cells happen to have any reactivity against the brain or spinal cord, then they're potentially there to cause that inflammation into the future. They also cause other effects on the systems that suppress inflammation. So the virus is, again, very clever. It actually suppresses the system that would normally try to get rid of it. So those are the immune components and genetic components that we think determine why some people get MS and some people don't. But there probably is also a random component, because the cells that it just happens to infect occurs randomly. And there's actually only a very small proportion of our cells actually have EBV. But they live there for life. Now, when it comes to treating MS, and particularly the progressive component of MS, we know that just changing your lifestyle has a big impact, and we can't understate the importance of this. And so the MS Brain Health Initiative, largely driven out of Europe, has come up with these 6 kind of key lifestyle measures that you can undertake. The NDIS has its problems, and we're having discussions about that at this meeting. But there's no doubt I can see what I see in the clinic is that people who are getting support for just doing regular exercise, for example, are clearly staying well for longer. We have lots of current treatments for MS. All of these have been very carefully designed and developed to try and restore that balance in the immune system. So our earliest treatments, the interferons, Copaxone, have this effect of just slightly modulating this balance in a desirable direction. There are lots of treatments that basically reduce the inflammatory process, the generation of these reactive T and B cells. There are treatments that stop those cells getting into the nervous system. There are lots of treatments that basically just prevent these cells ever developing or reduces the numbers of them. The CD20 treatments, so this is rituximab, ocrelizumab, ofatumumab now, all remove the B cells themselves. And you might think that might just be removing EBV, but it's probably not quite as simple as that. The pathology. So we know that, we've known for 150 years that the primary pathology of MS is so-called demyelination. So the plastic coating on the wires is lost, and we can see this because this tissue becomes pale. It should have this darker staining, and these are areas where you've lost the myelin. But we've also known for 150 years, there was actually a Spaniard called Cajal who demonstrated that right from the beginning, very earliest lesions of MS, you actually lose the axons, the neurons themselves degenerate. And then Brustrap, more recently, has very eloquently shown that you get these so-called spheroids where the nerves are actually transected. And you can see those in the very earliest lesions of MS. So that degenerative component of MS begins right at the beginning. So the unmet need. Again, through work from MS Australia, we know that your opinions are that we need to find a cure for MS and we need to find strategies to remyelinate and prevent degeneration. That's the #1 priority. So I'm sure you might have all seen some figures like this, and I'll try to explain it. Up the side here is a representation of disability. We use this funny thing called the EDSS. If you have an EDSS of 0, you have no disability at all. If you have an EDSS of 4, you've started to have some difficulty walking. Once you get above 6, you have a lot of difficulty walking. By the time you get to 7, you're largely confined to a wheelchair and so on. So this is just a crude measure that we use of disability levels. These green bars represent activity on MRI scans. So these are the inflammatory lesions that we see on an MRI scan. This funny orange line is the progression, if you like. This is the degenerative component. And what I've tried to represent here is this starts from the beginning. There is a funny relationship between the amount of inflammation and the amount of progression. The more inflammation you get, in general, the more progression you will get later on. But the brain is a big structure. It has lots of networks. It has lots of capacity to deal with damage. It's very adaptive. So you can actually suffer quite a lot of damage to the brain before eventually it'll become clinically evident. So there's two ways in which you get symptoms from MS. One is one of these inflammatory lesions just happens to be in a very so-called eloquent area, so a part of the brain that's very sensitive to damage. There's no other pathway around it, so you get symptoms as a consequence. But most of the lesions occur in areas where they virtually cause no symptoms, or at least no immediate symptoms. So when it occurs in an area that's sensitive, you get a relapse. So symptoms arise, the inflammation dies down. That area of the brain often does its best to repair itself, doesn't always work, but often, particularly early on, people return back to normal after their relapse. Over time, people are less able to recover from those relapses because the nervous system can only regenerate itself so many times, and these mechanisms can become somewhat exhausted. And then also this ongoing degenerative process, if this inflammation is allowed to carry on both clinically and silently in the background, then eventually it reaches a point where people start to progress even without relapses, so-called progressive MS. Now you'll notice I've used all these old traditional sort of relapsing remitting MS, secondary progressive MS. We still do use those terms, and often for clinical studies and for trials they're very relevant as part of the descriptive process. But from a clinical point of view, most neurologists are now realizing it's largely irrelevant because everybody has inflammation and everyone has degeneration right from the beginning, and it's important to recognize that. Now, in some cases, the level of inflammation is actually either randomly just low enough or not in an eloquent area that people get no symptoms. And during this phase, we now recognize we sometimes actually diagnose this or detect this because someone has an MRI scan for some other reason. And we see what looks like typical MS on the scan. So we now call this radiologically isolated syndrome. But otherwise, if they don't happen to have an MRI scan, they eventually go on. This inflammation leads to progression, and that's what we have traditionally called primary progressive MS. Now, for a long time, we've had various disease-modifying therapies. For a long time, we were only technically allowed to use them after people had had 2 attacks, because that's what defined multiple sclerosis. And if we started treatment at this point, we could demonstrate that we don't remove all inflammation, but we certainly suppress it very significantly. And we also slow this progression to a point where people may still develop progressive disease, but it'll be much later. What we've worked out over the last 20 years as all of these new therapies have come along, if we start using very effective therapies very early, even after the very first clinical presentation, we can actually slow that degenerative element of MS such that a lot of people, not all unfortunately, but a lot of people will actually never reach that progressive stage of MS. And that has transformed our clinics. It's been a fantastic step forward. We know that treating early is important. So this is a fantastic piece of work done by an Italian statistician that looked at all of the clinical trials of MS and their effect on progression, and compared that against the average age of the population in that particular study. So this is the age of the populations plotted along the bottom. Up the side is this rather funny measure of progression, but basically here we're talking about reducing the risk of progressing by 60%. That's by a very significant margin. And the most effective therapies that we have, alemtuzumab and ocrelizumab, if they're used early, when people are in their sort of 30s, 35 age bracket, they are just much more effective. Later on in life, all of the therapies, it applies to every single drug that they looked at, they still work for the most part, they're just not as effective. So this treating early is really important. But of course, we don't always find out someone has MS early. So we know most people acquire EBV before the age of 20. It's actually very rare, as that American study showed. There was less than 5% of those people got their EBV after the age of 20. So the disease probably begins around that age on average. And for a lot of reasons, we just sometimes don't find out about it. And there are also other reasons why somebody may not have benefited from that early intervention. Sometimes people have just missed out on the treatment. They've already started to progress before these things became available. Occasionally people will make a personal choice not to go on treatment. It might not fit with their life priorities. They may want to complete their family first. They may have some fear of some of the side effects of some of these therapies. They may just not get on with the treatment, may stop them. There's also the silent disease, so-called primary progressive MS, and sometimes people just present later in life. For whatever reason, their first relapse occurs in their 40s or 50s, but they still run that risk of developing the progressive stage. And the treatment doesn't always work. We do have very good treatments, but for a variety of reasons, sometimes it just doesn't work in the individual person. The bottom line is we still have a large cohort of people who have progressive MS. I'm hoping that number will go over time, but there's always going to be that group. When we try all of these treatments later on, as I said before, they do work. They largely stop people having any more attacks, which is a good thing. It significantly reduces the amount of inflammation they have, but it may not go away completely. And their rate of progression, as far as we can tell, on average, is slower. But most, on average, will still progress, so it's not an ideal situation. So there's a clear priority to try and treat that stage of the disease. What are the mechanisms of this progression? It is complicated, because we have evidence that there's an ongoing smouldering inflammation that may involve what's called part of the innate immune system. So these are sort of very simple, very old mechanisms that our bodies use to fight infection. And they're sort of much less specific, so they're not targeted against anything in particular. So once an inflammatory process has been put in place, whether it's against a virus or an MS, an autoimmune response against the brain, they tend to just carry on causing inflammation, because that's what they're primed to do. There's loss of trophic support, so that means both the myelin that coats the axons in the brain and the other supporting structures, so-called astrocytes. Nerves like to be surrounded by those structures. They almost certainly provide them with things that they need, various nutritional components and support, and without that, the neurons are just not happy and just don't survive as long. As I said before, there's this notion of exhaustion of regenerative capacity. So our brains do have a turnover. It's very slow. They reckon your brain turns over once every 10 years or so. But the brain can only do that so many times, and that's why we all age in terms of the growing epidemic of dementia. So the brain can only recover so many times from so many injuries, and eventually it just has nothing more to give. So if there's any ongoing inflammation, it just can't repair itself. Again, some of those inflammatory processes actually inhibit, they stop that repair mechanism. So not only does it cause damage, it actually stops the brain repairing itself. And then there are other things, so-called oxidative stress. So again, it relates to just the amount of activity that can go on in any one part of the brain. It just runs out of energy, effectively. And then that is very closely associated with the notion of mitochondrial stress. So the mitochondria, the energy packets in our cells, they actually, through a normal process of aging, show more and more mutations over time, and that's part of normal aging. And then finally, there is just normal aging. If you've got a damaged system and you're aging, it's going to degenerate slightly quicker than the next person. So, an opportunity. So, the MRFF triggered a call in 2021 for a trial of MS. Unfortunately, we weren't successful, but it led us to explore octopus that was going on in the UK and being developed at the time. And it seemed like an obvious choice for Australia to join into that trial. And then there was a second call last year for trials of EBV therapy. So this triggered a large community of researchers in Australia to get together to look at how we might apply for this type of funding. As I say, the first round we weren't successful at all, but it led to us putting together a proposal that thankfully MS Australia and MSWA have gone on to support. So, platypus and octopus, I finally get to what I'm here to primarily talk about. So, we spent a lot of time developing logos, as you can see. So, the two drugs you've already had mentioned, metformin is a treatment for diabetes. We know it has an important role in glucolysis, so how we control sugar levels in the body. And that has lots of benefits. We know that even slightly higher sugar levels are associated with a whole bunch of degenerative processes, both within the nervous system but also in the vascular system. And therefore it might be protective in the general population, particularly reducing cardiovascular risk, but also neurodegeneration. Alpha-lipoic acid, metformin is a drug that's used to treat thousands of people, millions of people around the world with diabetes. Alpha-lipoic acid is a nutritional supplement, so it doesn't need any licensing as such. And it is a very interesting compound. It again has a lot of antioxidant type effects, so we think it might help to reduce this oxidative stress. And it has actually been shown to cause remyelination in various animal and cellular models of MS. So both of these drugs have got some preliminary data in humans to suggest they might be of benefit in MS, and therefore they were obvious choices. And the team that looked at this considered, several hundred potential drugs initially and narrowed it down to these two. So the MAMS trial design, so multi-arm, multi-stage. The benefits of this are that you can start off with as many arms as you like. You're comparing 2, 3, possibly 4 drugs against one control arm. So this means you've got more people who are on the treatment than on the placebo arm. And you can use this one placebo arm as the control arm for all of the other arms that you introduce. Over time, you have various points at which you do an interim analysis and you assess on various preset criteria. In this case, it's going to be brain atrophy over 18 months because we've worked out that that's going to be the most sensitive marker, most sensitive predictor of what will happen long term in terms of disability. And based on that, we will make a decision about whether to continue arms, whether to stop arms, and then potentially look at adding in a third drug. And so this can go on indefinitely. Treatments that are successful in the first stage progress into the second stage, where the final outcome is going to be a measure of disability. As has already been mentioned, this is an add-on trial, so you can continue using any current therapies that you happen to be on. And if at the end of stage 2 there's a clear effect and the drug is shown to work, then moving to actually using that in the clinic is not an immediate process, but it's a fairly quick process to get a new indication for a drug that's already approved. And therefore we can translate this into our practice very quickly. But the trial will carry on. We can go on testing other drugs as and when they become available. If there are new drugs that people want to test in this kind of paradigm, then we can add those in and hopefully continue to improve the outcome. So it's a national trial. It's every major population centre in Australia is going to be covered. We're a little bit behind our timeline, but we've already spent a lot of effort. Although it was only announced 2 days ago, we've been working for the last 9 months at least on this. So we are hoping we will be ready to get started and recruit our first patient early next year. I'll quickly talk about EBV and MS and our successes there. So through the MRFF, the Medical Research Future Fund, we got funding for 2 trials. The first one, which is one that I'm leading, is the STOP MS trial, which is going to trial 2 putative anti-EBV therapies. So an existing treatment for hepatic infections, famciclovir, and spirolactone, which is actually a treatment for heart failure, but has been shown to have a lot of very interesting properties, both anti-inflammatory and a very specific effect against Epstein-Barr virus. And we're going to use a very similar MAMS-style design to look at people with progressive forms of MS, looking initially at whether or not these drugs can reduce any measures of EBV sort of activity and presence, and then eventually moving on to a disability study if they show any promise in that area. It's also important to look at other sort of long-term symptomatic issues in MS that we have so far failed to address very successfully. One of them is fatigue. It's a very common symptom, and currently it's very difficult to treat this. And the one thing we've always known, whilst there clearly is a correlation between how badly your MS has affected you in terms of disability and your fatigue levels at the side here, it's also the case there are some people who get a lot of fatigue and yet have not, thankfully, not been very disabled yet. And there are other people who have quite high levels of disability, don't get any fatigue or very little fatigue. And we've noticed this for a long time. And we've kind of realised that it's clearly due to something else. And one of the things that has emerged out of COVID is that people who suffer from so-called long COVID, of which fatigue is a very common, prominent feature, you can find a far greater presence of EBV or activity of EBV in those people. Now, whether that's an indirect consequence of some just difference in the immune system or whether it's EBV actually driving this, but given we know pretty much everyone with MS has EBV, it would not be surprising if it was some other effect of EBV that might be driving fatigue. So my colleague Todd Hardy in Sydney is running the so-called FIRMS EBV trial, which is going to look at 2 drugs. One's spironolactone again, but another drug, tenofovir, which is actually a treatment used to treat HIV, which has also been shown to have quite a potent effect against the Epstein-Barr virus. So this is going to be a somewhat shorter trial, but the primary outcome measure is going to be measures of fatigue to see if just having any influence on EBV influences that symptom of fatigue. So, very quickly, in the last year, we've had over $20 million of investment, both in clinical trials, other clinical studies, particularly in EBV, other projects run through the MS Australia Granting Board, and then Platypus. And this figure is actually going to rise to probably over 25 million, if my rumours that I've heard are all true. So it has been a fantastic year. It really is a very exciting time for research into MS. And these are all the clinical trials. So FOSIS is an investigator-driven trial run here in Perth, which was published a year or two ago. The PREVANS trial of vitamin D in people with so-called CIS, their first presentation of MS. The results were recently reported at ECTRIMS, European meeting earlier in the year. The RELIEF trial of nutraceuticals, again a trial for fatigue, is just completed. We're eagerly awaiting the results of that. I'm running the RAMBLE trial of using treatment to stop alemtuzumab causing autoimmune complications. There's the TORUS trial of this thing called transcranial magnetic stimulation for people with progressive MS, which looks very exciting. And then there are these 3 trials I've just talked about today. So it's a very fertile time for clinical trials. So progressive MS is undoubtedly the biggest current unmet need for people with MS. Those living with progressive MS don't have time to wait for our normal development timelines for most drugs. And so this novel approach of using repurposed drugs in a MAMS trial design is hopefully going to deliver answers sooner. And importantly, it will set up a platform in Australia for us to continue to use and try and use whatever we see as being the most promising treatment options to treat progressive MS into the future. We do have options, and I've discussed all of those. We're going to run multiple clinical trials. They're all tackling the same issue. We can only hope that one of them at least yields a promising or a positive outcome. And the other thing I've tried to get across to my research colleagues, who are all in the room next door, is that we really do need to start focusing on the questions that need to be answered, and we need your help to tell us what those questions are, rather than people doing what they can answer, which is often what we tend to kind of focus on, because for funding purposes, it always helps if you get an answer. So we tend to focus on things that we know will give us an answer. But we need to really focus on what's important to you. And finally, as I mentioned right at the beginning, the most important thing is the team. And there's a lot of people on here, and I won't name them all. But there's a few things I do want to kind of highlight. One is Jeremy Chataway, he's leading an entire team in the UK that would be even larger than this group. He runs the Octopus study. We actually did our PhDs together in Cambridge, so that's a kind of connection there. He has been absolutely fantastic, both in leading the effort to set up the Octopus trial in the first place, but also in his collaborative spirit in sharing all that they've done with us so that we can set this up in Australia. We have an international group of advisors. There are some of the biggest names in neurology research and MS research around the world. So I'm sure everyone's heard of Gavin Giovannoni, but all of these others are MS experts. We have a bunch of scientists who are helping us in terms of not only are we going to run the trials, which is very important, but alongside that, we're going to do a lot of work to actually look at various markers, whether it be MRI scans or serum markers, so that if anything does appear to work, we can hopefully find out why it's working and therefore look at ways to further improve that in the future. So that's a very important component. We have a bunch of statisticians who are helping us guide in terms of how we analyse the data of these studies. There are a lot of neurologists who are all linked to the various clinical sites that we're going to utilise, and you may recognise some of the faces in here. We also have the team from MS Australia, who I finally put on this slide, you'll be glad to see, who have been absolutely fantastic in supporting us, not only just providing administrative support, but they've actually been helping us a huge amount with just the nuts and bolts of the trials themselves. And then finally, I don't have a picture of the entire group because they are much larger, but we have a consumer group who have been guiding us through all of this process and have been invaluable to the work that we've done, and I can't thank them enough. But thank you very much for your time. Do you want any questions, or do we want...
Any questions? Yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
Is there a link between MS and glacial fever?
Sorry, there's a link between...
Has there been any research done from a person that has glacial fever to MS?
Glandular fever?
Yeah.
So yes, we know that people who have had clinical glandular fever, which is what's caused by the Epstein-Barr virus, are more likely. So it looks like you have to have had Epstein-Barr virus. Most of us get Epstein-Barr virus before the age of 2. So I think by the age of 5, about 70% of kids will already have evidence of Epstein-Barr virus. So most of us get it very, very young, and it's either one of those childhood infections that we all get, sore throats and runny noses or whatever, or it's completely asymptomatic, as is often the case in young children. If you acquire Epstein-Barr virus in your teens, the so-called kissing disease is glandular fever, and if you get it then, it seems to be more severe. If you actually get it as an adult, it can be a really serious condition, and it's associated with a lot of complications. So, like many of those viruses, it's more severe the older you are when you actually acquire it. But also, you can acquire it in an asymptomatic way at any age. So some people get it and they don't have any symptoms, even as adults. It's not very common, but it's even as adults. But yes, we know about 20% of people who have MS can recall having glandular fever, usually in their teens, which is higher than the population rate, which is about 10%. And also, the older you are when you get your glandular fever also increases your risk as well.
Hi. My question is, knowing that HSCT is a kind of halts the progression of your MS, why is that not used as one of the first treatments? I mean, I know it's a very harsh process.
Yep. So the issue is there's about a 0.5% chance of not surviving the procedure. So, I think they've done about 50 or 60 cases in Australia so far, and
Number 12.
Yeah, and thankfully no one in Australia has died from the procedure so far, but if you look at the figures from around the world where they've done more than 100, then you'll find there's about, so 1 in 200 people unfortunately just are not going to survive the procedure.
Another question is, with the metformin, knowing that the idea hoping that it helps progressive MS patients, is it worth taking it if you have relapsing remitting to safeguard yourself?
I don't think so, because at the moment we have no evidence that it makes any difference. As I say, at the moment it's purely very limited evidence that it's of any benefit, and that's why we want to run this trial. But if these trials turn up a positive answer, then yes, because thankfully they're very safe drugs and they don't have particularly nasty side effects, but they do have side effects like all medications. So I just don't, at the moment, it's not worth those risks when we have no good evidence that they're going to be of any benefit in the long term.
So you wouldn't recommend going to your GP and getting some just for...
I would not, no.
And how do we tell you our questions? If we've got MS, how do we tell you our questions that we're interested in finding answers to?
So I would suggest you talk to MS Australia and get involved with their advisory boards of various sorts. Yeah, absolutely.
I imagine Andrew Potter's in the room here somewhere. Yeah, so that's Andrew. Yeah. If you've got questions like that, catch up with Andrew. He'll give you the how to do it answer. So I'm just very quickly, the metformin and the lipoic acid, the trial in the UK, obviously we use those two drugs. do they have to be standardised as in they've got to come out of the same plant, they've got to come out of the same batch?
So they don't have to, but as it happens, they will do, because they're all going to be produced by one manufacturer and then shipped to Australia, and then we will store them here and use them here.
I think we have one more question before morning teas at 10.
How does someone living with MS become a participant on this trial?
That's a good question, and I might defer to Julia, but hopefully we will have an online portal through MS Australia. It's not ready yet, but hopefully it will be soon. And also just by talking to your local neurologist, because as I said before, there is a site in every major capital city, and they should know someone who's involved in the trial and be able to refer you on.
Thanks, Simon.
No worries.
I've heard many good things about Professor Simon Broadley's presentations, and I think I now know why. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you. We've had the Foo Fighters in town, Robbie Williams in town, but I think you're the true rock star this week, Professor. I'd just like to call up Ms. Teresa Farmer. Yeah.
Thanks, George. Hi, everyone, and hi, everyone at home. Thanks for sticking with us. My name's Therese Burke and I work at MS Australia as a clinical platform coordinator. I've worked with Simon, with the rest of my team, worked on platypus. But today I want to introduce something new to you, which we're considering our gift from MS Australia to the MS community to help you understand clinical trials better. And this is our new resource that we're launching today in about 2 minutes, and it's called Trial Smart. So what Trial Smart is, it's been designed to sit alongside platypus and all of the other clinical trials that you've seen are going to be coming along very shortly to help you understand more about what clinical trials are. And that's for a couple of reasons. It's from our own research that we did with the MS community and also from our research priorities survey, which I think was 2021, Julia, yeah. And where we asked the question, would you like to participate in a clinical trial? And we had some definite yes responses. We had some pretty firm no's, but we had this big group in the middle that just didn't know because they don't know what clinical trials encompass and what might be expected. And that's why we came up with Trial Smart. So next slide, please. So this is what it's going to look like. It's 9 different modules, and each module covers an individual concept about clinical trials. And we start off at the beginning, obviously, with an introduction to clinical trials. But just to give you a very quick overview, Module 2 is all about the ethical, regulatory and governance structures that we have in Australia to protect you as a clinical trial participant. And that's just so that you can understand that Simon doesn't come up with an idea on Friday and Monday morning we start doing that in clinic. There's very strict processes we need to go through, all to ensure your safety and protection. So we talk a little bit about that. And then Module 3, we talk about informed consent. We go on in Module 4 to talk about finding a good fit for you and a clinical trial, because we need that from both sides. We need the trial to be right for you, and we need you to be right for the trial. And then Module 5, we talk about something that doesn't get discussed very often, but it's about balancing your clinical MS care with being in research. And, you know, that might involve 2 different neurologists, 2 different centres. It might be at the same centre. But we talk about the logistics to enable that to be successful. Module 6, we talk about accessing clinical trials, and we focus on people who live in regional, rural and remote communities as well, so that you can be up to date with some of the new processes that are coming in place to make that easier for you. Which will be just perfect timing for something like platypus. Module 7 is all about the lived experience. So I should mention that right through these modules, we've had a big impact from our MS community in co-designing, in being involved, in telling me what they wanted to see, and actually taking part in the modules in discussion groups. And Module 7's all about that. Module 8 is a really cool one as well, because we know that clinical trials aren't for everybody. And so Module 8 discusses some of the things that you can do through research or surveys or other methods if you still want to contribute, but just if that trial isn't, you know, that trial concept isn't right for you. And then Module 9 brings it all home, and this is the one that goes into talking about adaptive clinical trials, what we like about them, why they're so good for participants, and we start talking about octopus and platypus. So I know that everyone's going to probably want to jump to Module 9 because that's where all the action's happening. And you can do that. You can look at the modules in isolation, but it's also good to start from the beginning because we do build up along the way and tell a story. And there we have lived experience through all of those modules. And we also have neurologists, we have clinical trial coordinators, MS nurses, we have ethics specialists, we have some industry partners who all come in through the modules to have discussions. And what we wanted to do was have something that was really warm and engaging and feeling like you're having a talk with someone rather than being cold and clinical. And I really hope that we've achieved that with what we've done. Sorry, back one. I was just going to point out, just down the bottom you can see we've got some features. You can download the transcripts. There's a little quiz at the end of each module. It's only 4 questions, so don't get too worried. But you can sort of just check on how you're going with the information and what you've learnt. We provide resources and references where you can go into things a bit more deeply if you want. And then, of course, we've got feedback mechanisms so that you can let us know how that's all going. So that's it. So hopefully that will be launched at 10 o'clock and you can go on and have a look. They're all about 20 minutes each, 25 minutes. Some are a little bit longer, but they're designed so that you can just do little bites. You don't have to do it all at once. You can do a little bit, and even within the module you can come back to where you left off. So no problems with that. So I just wanted to finish off with a couple of thank yous. Firstly, I would like to thank Julia Morahan, our Head of Research at MS Australia, who gave me complete artistic licence to fulfil this dream for people living with MS. And she had the foresight to understand that this could be really impactful, and the fact that this has come along beside platypus isn't by accident. So we wanted to enable you to feel empowered that you can make these choices when the time came. Secondly, I'd like to thank Carlo. Is Carlo in the room? No, Carlo and Jen. Where's Jen? Who work with me at MS Australia, and they just made the impossible possible. So when you're working through the modules and you wonder how things got done, it was because of them. Our wider research team all pitched in to help, and they act as narrators through it, they act as interviewers and as participants so that you can get to meet them along the way as well. And our industry partners were Novartis, Biogen and Roche, and they gave us resources and expertise to enable this to happen. And finally, I just want to say thank you to all the people with lived experience of MS who came forward to either be an advisor for the modules or to be involved in the modules, which was no small feat to be interviewed and to be included. I just want to pay tribute to Suzanne. Could you just stand up, Suzanne? Suzanne is featured in some of the modules, particularly in Module 1. You can sit down now. She's got the biggest smile in the room. I first met Suzanne when she was a patient of mine about a dozen years ago, and I was the clinical trial coordinator and MS nurse. And she's just a shining example about what you as the MS community do for us as MS researchers. It's not just a one-way street. We gain so much learning from you and inspiration to do what we do. And Suzanne did that to every person in our research team because she took a leap of faith, I think we could safely say at the time. It was about 15 years ago when the treatment options, as you know, were very limited. And Suzanne tells her story in Module 1 about how a clinical trial absolutely, I think we can safely say, changed her life. And 15 years later, her life is looking very different. Not everybody is going to have that response from a clinical trial, I should point out, but it's a shining example about what can happen and how we can work together to improve the quality of life and make the journey easier. So thank you to everybody for coming today and everybody at home, and I hope you're taking away a resource that can really help. So thank you.
Okay, welcome back everyone, and welcome back to those who are watching from the comfort of their own home. I'm Dr. Tennille Luca. I'm the Deputy Head of Research at MS Australia, and along with my colleague here, Dr. Fiona Mackay, we'll be co-chairing this session on Australian research updates. So we've got a fantastic lineup of talks today, including talking about consumer involvement in research, health behaviours and modifiable lifestyle choices, and the Australian treatment pipeline, amongst other things. So without further ado, I'm thrilled to introduce our first speaker, Associate Professor Yvonne Limont, who just got promoted an hour ago. Associate Professor Limont is from Murdoch University and is an accredited physiotherapist who specialises in physical activity research in MS. So the stage is yours.
Yeah, so I'm definitely here to talk to you all about how consumers have been involved in my research, but as a bit more background, I'm a physiotherapist and mainly physical activity and exercise has been my area of focus. So that is going to be throughout all of the presentation examples that I'm going to give you throughout this morning. I would like to acknowledge the country of which we are all on today and where I work and live down in Fremantle. So the country and lands of the Whadjuk and Banjarra Noongar people, and I would like to pay our respects to the elders and future and emerging and current leaders. So the topics I'm going to cover in the next 15 minutes are how consumers have informed our interventions, how consumers have informed our need to clarify the words that we use in relation to physical activity and exercise, how they've let us know about the barriers and enablers, or the things that make it easier for them to do physical activity, and how we are undertaking consumer co-creation, and I'll give you one example of how we're doing that today. So as a bit of background, so that you know who I am talking about when I talk about consumers and stakeholders, principally it's people with multiple sclerosis, but those people with multiple sclerosis have told us that they want to hear about exercise and physical activity from healthcare providers. So healthcare providers are also key consumers and stakeholders in my research. I've also learned over the years, and I should have known this, that carers are key players in the promotion of physical activity and exercise, as are management of healthcare systems, management of clinics and hospital, advocacy organisations such as MSWA, MS Australia and the MS societies around the country, and also policymakers at local, state and national level, so government organisations. Now we can look at them all separately, we can look at them together holistically, but really we need to look through a lens to see the difficulties that might come across when we're working in different teams. And I put this up here for a number of reasons, and it's mainly to show that the research I'm talking about today isn't really mine. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants when I'm taking on board consumers' information and doing with that something of interest to make a difference to multiple sclerosis. So what are ways that we can involve consumers in research? We can inform them about our research, give them feedback, we can undertake forums, we can provide newsletters or resources, but it's also helpful if consumers help me to design these feedback forms and these newsletters so that they're definitely in a language that everyone can understand. I can consult with consumers through interviews, focus groups or workshops and ask them questions about what might make research easier. And I've found this out in my research. What do you think about it? What does it mean? I can involve them better by providing education to them about how to take part in research and how to be consumers in advising me in my research. I work with the West Australian Health Translational Network, who already have a very good system in place to educate consumers about what it means when researchers are looking for help. Or I could partner with some of these organisations to better make links with consumers. Now, I mentioned physical activity and exercise is the backbone of the work that I do. So it really is important for me to put this message up here about the many benefits of exercise. Some of us that have been here earlier on in the conference will have seen this slide before, But undoubtedly, there is strong evidence of increased aerobic fitness if you do exercise, increased muscle strength if you do exercise. And these are all obviously fancy terms that I'm going to talk about later on, but what does this really mean? This means that you can last longer throughout the day if you've got better aerobic fitness. This means that it's easier to get around the kitchen and to get in and out of your car if you've got better muscle strength. Exercise can improve walking performance, it can improve your balance. Over time, it can improve your fatigue. Over time, it can improve your mental health, and it can improve quality of life. There's evidence that if you do exercise and you have multiple sclerosis, it reduces your risk of getting other diseases. It could improve thinking and learning and remembering things. Overall, it can improve participation in everyday life. And there's so there's evidence as well that it is as safe to do exercise for people with multiple sclerosis as it is for the general population. So how have consumers informed some of the interventions that I've done over the years? I used to work near Chicago in America, a lovely city. Visit if you ever get the chance. When I was there, we did a telehealth exercise program intervention, and it was a 16-week intervention, and we also helped people change their behaviour by educating them about the benefits of exercise. Before the study, we sent them questionnaires to tell us about how their quality of life was, how their fatigue was, how their walking was. After the study, we sent those same questionnaires again. And then we interviewed some of them to get feedback on the design of the study. What did they think about the survey questions that we sent them? What did they think about the 16-week programme? What did they think about the education that we provided to them? And what did we learn about those questions? Well, they actually gave us ideas about how to recruit other participants into the study. They gave us information back about it might have been difficult for them to answer a long survey. And they gave us information back about some of the ways that we collected data. And I didn't mention this, but we sent everyone out a little accelerometer. It's a little box that at that time was worn on their hip, on a belt buckle. And some people gave us information back that was difficult to wear every day. If they were somebody that was always wearing a dress, they didn't want to have this little black box seen by the rest of the world. And we'd never heard that before. Maybe that was explaining why some of the information we were getting back wasn't consistent. We also learned about the telehealth online needs of people with MS. This was almost 10 years, probably 10 years ago we were running this study. So it was prior to everybody, well, not everybody is good with telehealth even these days, but prior to people being used to it. So many lessons that we learned from getting this feedback about the study was about what we call the acceptability of the study and how we can improve it for the future. One thing that we didn't really include was asking individuals with MS before we designed the study. So that was a big lesson that we learned there. I mentioned I did that study in a town called Champaign, which is near Chicago. But then I came to Australia, and that study's actually gone forward and grew, and it's now currently funded by MS Australia. It changed the name, and it's now called BASE, Changing Behaviours Towards Aerobic and Strength Exercise. So funded by MS Australia, the Perrin Institute here in Perth, and the WA Department of Health. Another question of interest is how consumers have informed our need to clarify the words that we use. It can be quite technical when we're having conversations with patients. So from a large study of people who had also taken part in some research that we'd done before, we asked them what they thought we meant when we said the word exercise. What did we mean when we said the word physical activity? What did we mean when we said the word sedentary behaviour? And we found that over half of them did not understand what these words meant. So I'm a clinician, and I'm also a researcher in exercise. They're not understanding what I'm saying when I think I'm being clear. So there's obviously a need for us to be more crystal clear. So from that, as part of a worldwide initiative called Moving Exercise Research Forward, we consulted with clinicians all over the world to better understand what they thought of the words to do with exercise. We had a long list of words, but some of the ones I've pulled up here are that there is fairly good understanding across clinicians and exercise researchers, people that probably might say they're experts. So there's agreement about things like the word physical activity, resistance training, balance, but there's disagreement around the words such as posture and physical fitness. Now, are these words that you might hear said when you go to a physiotherapist? Do they ever mention the word posture? Well, there's not even agreement across all of those clinicians about what this means. So again, there's a need for clarity. Probably a logical next step will be to go and ask more people living with MS about what they understand from these words. Another question that we learned or got answered by consumers is, what are some of the barriers and enablers for Australians to be physically active? This was a study, again, funded by MS Australia, and this one was co-designed by people living with multiple sclerosis. Di Walker here, she lives in Perth. She was a professor at UWA. She also was diagnosed with MS, and she was interested in helping us design our research. And then we've got Alan Kermode here. Some of you might know him. He's a neurologist. Kath Smith, physiotherapist from New Zealand, and Helen Correa, clinical psychologist working with me at Murdoch University. So a real mix of clinicians and somebody with MS. And one of the key barriers I want to highlight, because it's important for some of the next slides, is that there's environmental barriers when it comes to being physically active. Back in 2018, here in Western Australia, there had been major floods in the Pilbara region. And from that, we identified that people were going over a year without seeing a physiotherapist. So if a crisis event occurs, the healthcare system isn't prepared to keep maintenance of access to healthcare. So from that, we actually assembled a stakeholder reference group to look at what happens when crisis events occur around the world. So back in 2019 and 2020, I'm sorry about my slides, there was quite significant bushfires in the east coast of the country. Shortly after that, we had a very large global pandemic. So there was some crisis events occurring. So we assembled a stakeholder reference group of people with MS, carers, clinicians and health service managers and leaders in the MS advocacy groups to identify what are some of the top priorities for consumers when it comes to maintaining healthcare access at times of crisis. Some of the other things we learned is making sure our participant information is clear, that it's important to partner with organisations, and we've since partnered with the Red Cross and are working on ways to better help you guys prepare for future crisis. We also learned that it's important to test ways to maintain continuity of care when times of crisis happen, and that people with MS might need assistance preparing plans for a crisis event. We learned that telehealth was important, but it was probably just complementary rather than a substitute. I'm really sorry. Rather than a substitute to usual healthcare. And we recommend that an MS national advocacy group is assembled to prepare for future crisis. This summer probably being heat waves is the thing that we're most likely to be at risk of. So how are we undertaking this research? What are we actually doing to create these stakeholder groups? We're assembling people who might have taken part in our research before. We're using our networks, and we're using the WA Health Translational Network as well. We meet every 6 to 9 months, and we also have smaller groups if we need special questions answered that can help us with that. And we're growing all the time, widening our research group. So we update them, we get the ideas on what they think our findings are telling us, and clarity on how potential problems coming up could be made easier. So consumers talk to us, but we also aim to inform them back. And my last couple of slides really highlight some of this. So this paper here, Exercise Training for MS, a narrative review of history, benefits, safety, guidelines and promotion, is my favourite paper that I've ever written. And we wrote it because we want to have something for clinicians to easily hand out to their clients, their patients. It's a very, very simple read, but it goes back over hundreds of years about when exercise has been discussed in multiple sclerosis care. It covers the many benefits of exercise. It covers that it's safe. It tells you what the guidelines for exercise are. And it helps clinicians promote exercise. And that QR code up there is a link to it, and it's an open access paper. Other ways that we help inform consumers are through podcasts. MS Australia are very good for having information podcasts. MS Australia also assembled a group of Australian researchers a few years ago to put together this document called Adapting Your Lifestyle. QR code here on the screen directly takes you to the link to download your free guide. And then if you want to listen to my dulcet Scottish tones anymore, you can go to that Spotify podcast. That is everything, and a big thanks to my past and current funders. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions? Very, very boring. Might I go a few slides back to change that? I'll just pull that one.
Yes, so just across the river.
Any other questions?
Cool. Thanks for coming and organising this. This is a great day for everybody.
Great. Thanks, Yvonne. Our next speaker is Associate Professor Anna Brüssel. I still pronounced it wrong, I'm so sorry. She's an immunologist from the John Curtin School of Medical Research in Canberra. She's also the chair and MS research lead of Our Health in Our Hands, an interdisciplinary program to develop personalised monitoring and managing approaches for chronic autoimmune conditions such as MS and diabetes in collaboration and co-designed by people with lived experience. Thank you, Anna.
So hello everybody, it's my pleasure to be here. As said, I'm an immunologist, so consumer engagement and interacting with lived experience is not necessarily my focus, but today I want to tell you about Our Health in Our Hands, this program just mentioned. And I would like to start with a quote. So, empowering lives through innovation and collaboration, Our Health in Our Hands, or short OHIO, is on a mission to transform healthcare for those with chronic conditions. And as you can imagine, this is a task which is not done by a person or a handful of persons. So just wanted to give you a flavor. So this program has about over 100 contributors. So we have lots of PhD students, PIs, we have advisors, we have administrators, we have technical personnel, we have people with lived experience, which are front and center in our research. And what we're trying to do is to basically look holistically at MS and type 1 diabetes, our two conditions we're interested in, and including measures which are already known, discover new measures using sensors which are already developed or which we are developing, and all of this bringing in the lived experience of people with MS and type 1 diabetes to inform us on these non-known measures. And So these are our core disciplines. So we basically have our two participant cohorts. So our foundation, our people with lived experience, who we ask to fill out questionnaires or try sensors or give us a blood sample to look for biomarkers in MS and type 1 diabetes. So type 1 diabetes are mainly adolescents. And we also have then controls, basically, which don't live with this condition, so we can look at them longitudinal in comparison. And then we have this whole agglomerate of different researchers on top of this. So we have people working on genomics and bioinformatics. We have a range of sensor developers, so people from physics, engineering, chemistry, nanotechnology, who either already have a sensor they want to implement, or people who actually develop a sensor in the program. And then, very importantly, we have people who are able to integrate all of this like very rich data through machine learning approaches. And last but not least, and I need to point out Associate Professor Jane Desborough, because she's leading our health experience team. So our health experience team consists of researchers, but also, and very importantly, people with lived experience who dedicated a lot of their time to be not advisors, but basically our co-researchers. So they are now associated with the university, and they do the research with us together. So they go into the literature, they look at clues, they extract data, they inform our research like as a co-worker. And we are oversighted by a scientific advisory board, and as you can imagine, there is like so many different layers to it that's quite broad, from genetics to engineering to machine learning to the lived experience. Here, Matt and Mary are our people with lived experience on the scientific advisory board, but more importantly, we have a health experience advisory board, which is completely independent. So Matt is leading this. He is a person living with MS, and he runs a fantastic tight ship in organizing these things. It's all driven by the people with lived experience. And as you can see, we also involved stakeholders in the area. So Julia is here, and then on the other side with diabetes, we have Natalie and Mel, who give us a more broader insight into these two conditions. So this is an example. So how do we do this? How do we build in lived experience or co-design into our research? This is a picture taken from our recent review. And yeah, so you see, like we have, for example, a young person with diabetes here, and their parent, and then people with MS, but also our researchers here. Back here is Jane and Anne. And we are basically having lots of different ways to interact, which are shown on the next page. So, for example, discussion groups. But here, this is maybe interesting. We developed a ketone whistle, so to measure biomarkers of diabetes in the breath of young kids. And so we had our young people actually try out different prototypes and inform us what kind of fits them best, what would they use, what would be sensible, and they wrote a little review on this as well. So. And here you see our MS group being in the depths of a data analysis. And so one of the examples this health experience team under Jane's leadership produced is a meta-synthesis and a qualitative literature examination of how experience this living with MS is actually depicted in the literature. So what's in the literature actually written about your experience? And so what I want to point out here is, that we have a lot of people with MS here as co-authors. Crystal, Mark, Janet, Vanessa, Katrina, they're all people which came to the project through this stream. And they also did a workshop where they were trying to depict what the interaction between researchers and people with MS is. And they came up with this lovely pictures done by Alan Walsh. And I would like to point out this one because we discussed it yesterday. So this is the frightened child. And it was interesting. So it was built on discussions between clinicians, researchers, and people with MS. And guess who the frightened child is? It's not the person with MS. It's actually us, the researchers. We don't know always how to interact, how we can do that best. And it's very scary because we have to open ourselves up for, well, criticism and ideas and all of this. So Jane also produced a toolkit how we can best interact between people with lived experience, in particular in MS, and researchers. And this is available. It's also available on the MS Australia site. So if you look for MS Toolkit, it should come up. But basically, one thing which I thought was interesting is so collaboration and research has many different flavors, and not every flavor is for everybody. So you could just be a receiver of knowledge. Well, not only just, I think it's important, and that's, you're doing it right now, sitting here. You could be a participant, yeah, giving us information through questionnaires, or being part of a clinical trial, or giving us a blood sample, or you could be a co-researcher, as these people I pointed out earlier, which are actually committing really to do a project in collaboration with the researchers, or you could be an advisor on our health advisory board. So there's different ways to engage as a person with lived experience in research, and you need to figure out what's best for you, what fits. And what's very important for both for you to know and for researchers who want to set up these things is that each layer of this participation comes with different responsibilities and needs. So as a participant, for example, if you want to give me a blood sample as an immunologist, I need to make sure that you're able to come to me, so that you have access, that I organize your transport, that I explain to you what we're doing, and afterwards what came out of the study. So we need to have a vehicle for this. If you are going to be a co-researcher, you need to be able to do this research. So we need to help you build this capacity, not only in research and upskilling the science, but also in the communications platform. So how do I speak that language? How do I read these things? How do I communicate? How do I use Zoom? And all these things. And then if you are on an advisory board, the whole governance skills come on top of this. And it doesn't mean that you don't have that. We all come with a different background, and we all have our skills. And you bring them in a very individual way. I just wanted to step back a minute and tell a little bit about my way into engagement with people with lived experience. So I did my PhD in Germany and then a postdoc in Canada, and I was basically in a lab working with mice and always working on models of MS or inflammation in MS, but I've never talked to a person with MS because it was just not there. It wasn't accessible for me. And that really bothered me because I wanted to know for whom I'm doing all this work and what's the outcome. Is it even sensible? Is it interesting? Or is it just for the sake of research? So when I got my position in Canberra, the first thing I was trying to do is reach out to the community. And I was lucky enough to meet Professor Rebon Lucas, who was back then a professor at ANU, and she brought me in contact with the local community. And so we started organizing these MS symposia. So we made them free full-day events once a year, hosted at ANU, and basically invited speakers, national, international speakers of interest. So people with MS tell us what they are interested in, and then we try to find the fitting speakers. Basically make it a day for and with people with MS. And it was one of the criticism at the beginning. People told me, you're doing this fantastic symposium, but all you do is talk to us. It's not really engaging. So they made me think about this, and now we have always people with MS talking as well about certain aspects of their life or their journey, their agenda, and they are co-organizers, presenters, as said, and part of the discussion panels. So I just want to spend the last 2 minutes or so also talking about barriers and problems and risks with this kind of collaboration from both sides, from the side of the person with lived experience and from us researchers. So the first one is language, and you already heard about this from Yvonne. I just wanted to also point that out. So what do you think when you hear the word model? So I just... So for many of my peers, it's something like that. So it's modeling of an outcome. It's having some kind of prediction. When you ask my husband, he probably says something like that. For myself, it's actually my mice. I'm working with mice models. So a model is clearly, it's obviously the mouse model. And some of you might think of somebody like that. So you see already with simple words, it's really difficult, and we need to define this very clearly before we actually can talk. And that's not only between people with lived experience and researchers, it's between researchers. So I'm here, and my best friend working on machine learning is here. So it's really quite difficult. So we approached that for the terms of precision medicine and personalized medicine, and so we're just working on a study protocol to nail that down, because these are really like words which can have very, very different meanings. And so another thing besides language is research approaches. Different researchers go onto problems very, very differently, and it's then even more difficult when you have that lived experience coming in, which is a completely different approach. So we need to understand how we're going to measure outcomes, and we need to be aware of the risks and our goals in it. And of course, we also need to think about conflicts of interest. And I'm over time. No? Not? Okay. One piece of work we did together with our lived experience team is considerations about implementations of personalized medicine, talking about risks. So I want as much data as I can get, because I'm interested in finding out as much as I can, but do you really want to give me a blood sample every week? Do you really want to fill out a questionnaire every day or tap on an app? So these are all things we need to consider in unison, and so that's one of our works. And I just thought I summarized the lessons learned in this transdisciplinary project is including lived experience benefits all. It benefits people with the lived experience, but also all kinds of researchers, including the mouse ones. And I think communication is key and transparency is key. We need to all speak the same language, and we all need to be open with what we want and what we don't want. Different types of involvement need different support. And that's also true for both sides. So, for example, I had the funds and the freedom to organize this MS symposium. A researcher, an early career researcher with on a very tight budget with only a year of a contract wouldn't have the time, and it would really be quite bad for their career to do that. So we need to come up with ways how to foster this and enable also researchers to do this engagement. And this means we need to think about financial and management support for co-design. Also, to be able to actually honor the contribution of the lived experience in an appropriate way, depending on the impact. And with that, I think I thanked the people, or I saw the people involved along the way, so I just thank you for your attention and questions.
Do you have any questions? No? No one? Yes.
How have you found the change between just doing lab and actually talking to people and bringing those two together?
How did I find that?
Yeah.
Absolutely motivating. So that I think that's the main. So I feel like I have a purpose now. So it really grounded me. So I personally get a lot of motivation out of this, and I now have a lot of students, and I make them come to these things, and they all tell me the same. It is unbelievably motivating, and research is tough. We always get belittled. We always have negative outcomes, and getting positive feedback of the people we're actually doing that for is absolutely enlifting. Yeah.
Any other questions? I have one question for you, actually. So one of the questions we commonly get is, how do people get involved in research? So how do people get involved in Ohio?
Yeah, so I think the problem is getting the connection in general between research and lived experience. And like we in the room are lucky because MS Australia is doing that quite well, and so does MSWA. So I would reach out to them to point you to the right direction. So yeah, it's really hard to get the direct contact, because how do you find it without just coming to a symposium and asking me directly? Yeah.
Great. Perfect. Thank you so much. Amazing talk. Great. Our next speaker is Dr. Claudia Mark. She's an MS Australia Fellow and a Momentum Fellow at the Disability and Health Unit at the University of Melbourne. She has worked in MS research for almost a decade, with a focus on understanding the role of health behaviours such as smoking, physical activity and diet on health outcomes in people with MS. Thank you, Claudia.
Thanks very much for that introduction, Neil. So after the Scottish and the German accent, you're now going to listen to someone with a Dutch accent, just to change it up a bit. So I'm here talking to you today about health behaviours and modifiable lifestyle choices, but also lifestyle factors, and also a little bit about life circumstances. So Yvonne already pointed this out and had a really nice QR code up there, which I don't have, unfortunately. But she pointed out that in 2020, both her and I, and also Yasmin, who's up next, we put together these modifiable lifestyle guides. And these sort of summarized all the evidence back in 2020, but it hasn't changed that much, around all of these modifiable lifestyle factors that you can see on the screen. I'll mostly talk to you today about the first one, smoking, because Yasmin is up next talking about diet, and Yvonne has already told us about the benefits of exercise. And these are kind of the top three modifiable behaviors, I guess, that sometimes are seen as disease-modifying behaviors. So when you think about disease-modifying medications that are trying to change how MS is progressing, these are, I guess, the top three modifiable behaviors that can impact on the disease. So I'll first talk to you about the bad news in terms of the links between smoking and MS. So we know that smoking causes injury to the brains of people with MS, and brains of people with MS age a little bit quicker than brains of people without MS. I mean, all of our brains age, but it goes a little bit quicker, and smoking increases that process yet again. So people who continue to smoke see a faster MS progression, and that is often measured in walking disability, for instance, than people who don't smoke. Passive smoking, which is being exposed to smoke from another person. So for instance, if you live in a house with a partner who smokes, or if you sit in a car with a person who smokes, passive smoking also increases the rate of MS progression, so it can speed that up. That was just a recent study that came out last year. This is not surprising, because we know that this information is true also for people without MS, but people with MS who smoke die younger than people who don't smoke. Sometimes people think that there is a safe level of tobacco smoke, you know, that if you smoke 1 or 2 cigarettes a day, that's fine. But actually, recent research has shown that there is actually no safe level of exposure to tobacco smoke, whether it's actively smoking or passive smoke. So my research has shown that from different sort of databases, we were looking at how many people with MS in Australia actually smoke. It's really hard to pinpoint it, because we don't have that good data on it, but it's somewhere between 10 and 26%, which is probably a little bit more than the general population, because we know that Australians on average about 11% of the population smoke, and we think it's probably a bit higher among people with MS. And in addition to that, when you look at people who are not smoking, 17% are regularly exposed to passive smoking, which we know also has impact on their health outcomes. So that's the bad news. Now on to the good news, because there are a lot of benefits of quitting. So studies that have followed people with MS over time show that people who quit smoking during the time they have MS, it actually slows down the rate of their MS progression. Again, that's often measured in walking ability. And a recent study actually showed that once you quit, the rate of MS progression actually slows down to be the same as people who've never smoked. So that shows us that quitting at any stage is really beneficial. And we know that smoking also impacts comorbidities, so having other diseases like diabetes or cardiovascular disease. And we know that when you quit smoking, it lowers the chance of getting those other diseases, as well as, for instance, lung cancer. So one of my studies a few years ago, I interviewed a group of 25 people with MS in Australia who either smoked or had recently quit. So there were about 5 people that had recently quit. And we asked them, what are the MS-specific barriers to quitting, and how can we better assist you to quit smoking? So some of the people, actually most of the people I interviewed told us that they were unaware of the links between MS and smoking. So for instance, this person told us they knew about the risk of smoking on, for instance, lung cancer, but they had no idea that there were also risks for their MS. This person said, you know, I was diagnosed 7-8 years ago, but no one's ever talked to me about smoking. So none of the clinicians, my GP, no one's ever said anything about smoking and the impact on MS. Some people told us that smoking had impact on their MS symptoms and that made it more difficult for them to quit. So for instance, pain, depression, anxiety, and brain fog. You know, this person said, for instance, I don't know if it was placebo or not, but I felt like it helped with my pain if I smoked. Other people told us that it had impact on their spasticity, for instance. And I'll come back to that a little bit later. And there were people that said that they didn't have enough support to quit. So for instance, one person told us, I know that there's a quitting medication and I know that increases my chances of successfully quitting smoking, but I don't know if that is contraindicated for people with MS who are on certain drugs, for instance. So she didn't know if that was safe, and I'll come back to that as well. This person who was a single parent told us, you know, I'm absolutely terrified that quitting smoking is going to bring on a relapse. I have a child at home, a young child, and I'm a single parent, and I don't know what would happen with my child. I'm so terrified that I can't risk quitting because it might bring on a relapse. So that really tells you about some of the supports that people might need when they think about quitting smoking. And I should mention that everyone in our study was really keen to quit smoking. And many had tried in the last 12 months to quit smoking, but many didn't use the best available evidence, I guess, evidence-based methods to quit smoking, which is a combination of counseling, for instance, through Quitline or another counselor or through your GP, and quitting medication. So that can be, for instance, nicotine replacement therapy. So some of these common concerns that I wanted to talk about today, is nicotine replacement safe? So we saw that that was one of the barriers in the study that we found. So we know that nicotine replacement therapy and quitting medications are safe for people with MS. So pharmacists have looked at this, and there's actually no known interactions between MS drugs and quitting medication. So that's really important to understand because that can really increase your chances of successfully quitting smoking. Are e-cigarettes or vapors safe? More and more evidence is now coming out that they're not safe and that they actually do have a lot of damaging effects on your lungs, for instance, but probably on a lot of other organs as well. The current advice is not to use them, and they will, I think it's already illegal, but from 1st of January they're cracking down on that further unless they're prescribed by a health professional. So does quitting make my MS symptoms worse? We had a lot of conversations about that with people and also with MS clinicians. So while a lot of people will experience short-term withdrawal effects when they quit smoking, people with or without MS will often have these symptoms. That can cause some mood problems, sleeping difficulties, brain fog, things like that. They're often short-lived And in the long term, quitting smoking will really benefit all of these symptoms. It might just mean that you might need some more intense support during the first few weeks of quitting smoking, and that might mean, seeing your GP a bit more regularly, or speaking to a counsellor or psychologist, for instance. So, some support for quitting, as I've mentioned this before, the quit line is free. Please talk to your GP about quitting smoking and what the best way for you to do that is. I think it's also really important to talk to family and friends and explain to them why it's so important that you quit and ask them for support. I think that a lot of people mentioned to us in the study that was a really important part of successfully quitting. So now I'll change tack a little bit because, first of all, there are other disease-modifying behaviors, as I mentioned at the start. So quitting smoking is part of a healthy brain and heart and all your other organs, really, lifestyle. So avoiding smoking and excessive alcohol, being physically active, we already heard that from Yvonne, enjoying a healthy diet, which I think Yasmin will talk to us about in a little bit, and looking after your mental health. So, this is part of a whole of a healthy lifestyle. But when we zoom out a little bit further, I want to also briefly mention what else determines your health. So we know that these health behaviors, you can see them there. You can see them there in red, make up part of your health outcomes. So when I talk about health outcomes, I mean both your mental health, how you're feeling, but also your physical health. So your health behaviors make up part of that. But actually, there are other parts like healthcare and genes. But what is a really big part and what actually probably makes up most of your health outcomes is this term called social determinants. So I wanted to show you a little bit about what social determinants are. So social determinants are non-medical factors that have an impact on your health outcomes. Both Yvonne and I were involved in a paper published last year where we looked at the impact of some of these social determinants of health on people with MS. And so when you look at the screen, you can see, for instance, work and employment. We know that keeping people in employment has a really big benefit for mental and physical health. Physical surroundings, safe housing, money and resources. There's individual impacts of, individual factors like gender, sex, sexuality, race, and ethnicity that can all impact on your health outcomes. Education and skills, but there's also, for instance, access to food. We know that between 4 and 13% of Australians struggle to put food on the table every day. Obviously, that has an impact on your health outcomes. Transport, being able to access medical appointments, for instance, or social participation is really important. And then lastly, having connections with family and friends and community and feeling like you are supported. We know that people with disability can be more impacted by, for instance, neglect or abuse. And these things really impact on health outcomes as well, and they should not be forgotten. So while health behaviors are really important, all of these factors are also really important when it comes to your health outcomes. So in conclusion, your health is determined by a wide range of factors. Health behaviors are really important, but all these other things that I mentioned are also really important. So please consider if changing any of these factors might improve your health. And if so, please ask for help from your GP, health professional, or other services. And this is just one example. This is a website where you can find local support services in your area. So you can put your postcode in, and for instance, if you need help with housing, or if you are struggling with domestic and family violence, for instance, and you need support, or other everyday needs, you can actually go to this website and look up any local supports in your area. Finally, I want to thank MS Australia for putting on this fantastic day and conference, but also for funding my postdoc fellowship, as well as the University of Melbourne, who funds the other part of my salary. And I also really want to thank all of my Australian collaborators, some of whom are here in the room. And again, a congratulations to Yvonne on her recent promotion. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It was really good to see, to hear that there's no safe level of smoking. What's the current advice on alcohol? Because we have the Australian dietary recommendation, the Australian alcohol recommendations. In the context of multiple sclerosis, is there any safe level for alcohol?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I am not an expert in this area, so I can't say what the most recent evidence is, I guess. Yeah, sorry, I don't feel comfortable giving you advice about that.
Any other questions?
I'm just interested in where you have participants who say that they've not had any doctors, anyone talk to them about smoking. If it is known to be a link, why is that? Why aren't the neurologists, the doctors, the health physicians, why aren't they telling people?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We also asked clinicians about that. So some of the barriers that clinicians told us about giving people advice around quitting smoking is, time. There is so much to get through in a medical appointment. It's often not on the top of their priority list. Sometimes there's also barriers in terms of knowledge, so they may not be on top of the most recent evidence because there is so much to keep on top of. You can't know everything. Sometimes clinicians also feel that they might put their patients off. Sometimes they're worried that patients don't actually want to have that, involvement in their lives, and they don't necessarily want to talk about that topic. So there's a range of barriers there, but I'm really keen to work with clinicians more to make that a more integrated part of their work. I should say that it was rare for people to say that no one had ever talked to them about smoking. Most people were asked about their smoking. It was more the other parts, so actually advising people about the best strategies to quit smoking that were not usually well done.
One more question.
Hi, over here. Thank you. Very informative. I don't smoke. The example you gave of the mother who was really anxious with a young child, and if she gives up smoking, etc., etc. There seem to be a lot of clinical, physical remedies, the patches, talk to your doctor, talk to a counsellor. But is there any indication of like alternative therapies? And I mean things like to reduce the anxiety that the people would have, meditation or going down some other path other than just very clinical remedies to help the people to stop smoking? Because is it because of their anxiety that they smoke? I mean, why is it that they're smoking when they know? I mean, this woman has this young child, and what's worse, the smoke affecting the young child, or what will happen if she stops smoking?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really complicated case, of course, and I think that's why it's really important to get a person-centered approach and a holistic approach, and that might look different for different people. And I guess it's also about the short-term effects versus the long-term benefits of quitting smoking. And I guess that's where the best available evidence at the moment says, a combination between a behavioral counselling or behaviour change, someone who's trained in behaviour change counselling, and quitting medication is the best available evidence at the moment. But I guess it does need a person-centered approach, and I think that's where it's really important. And a GP might be best placed to support people during that journey because they're more accessible, and often you can more easily get in to see a GP than, for instance, your neurologist or an MS nurse. I mean, it really depends on the person. But I do think that having that more intense support, whether it's around things like this or whether it's around more symptom control, so controlling the pain better, or whether it's spasticity, those things are really important, I think, to help people quit in the short term, which has major impacts and benefits for the long term.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Associate Professor Yasmin Probst. She's an Associate Professor at the University of Wollongong. She's recognised as an advanced accredited practicing dietitian with Dietitians Australia and a Fellow of the Australasian Institute of Digital Health. As a person living with MS, her research and teaching focuses on nutrition for people living with MS. Thank you, Yasmin.
Thank you, Tanil. So I realise that there have been a few speakers that have mentioned I'll be talking about diet, but I'm actually mixing things up a little bit today and looking at something a little bit beyond just diet on its own. Because health behaviours don't happen in isolation, and health behaviour change is difficult and very hard to do, generally if you're a person living with a chronic condition or whether you're not. So I'm going to touch on a few of those challenges and a couple of studies that we've done at Wollongong, and just really unpack some of the complexity in the space of health behaviour change and health behaviour management. So a quick thank you to two key members of our team, but this is definitely not the limit of our team. So these two were involved as part of Sarah's honours project when she was working with us, and Olivia was also involved in the write-up of the project. But our team is obviously much bigger than this, and some of them are here with us at the conference, and I would like to say thank you to everyone, as well as the participants who were involved in our studies as well. Now, and please bear with me, I'm normally a pacer when I present, so I'm going to hold on and stick behind the podium here. But if you have a look on the screen, we've got a number of paths and a number of roads that are really moving in different directions. And I think in an ideal world, we'd like to see a nice smooth road to the management of our condition. But the reality is we'll probably hit a few potholes along the way. There'll probably be a few, let's say, car accidents even along the way. Lots of challenges for us in that journey, and it definitely won't look as smooth as we're seeing on the screen. Hopefully there will be some nice clear skies for us at various patches along the way, but I suspect there may be also some thunderstorms that we've all experienced in our journey so far. Now, my quick snippet of touching on health behaviour management in a couple of areas, and again, this is not the complete picture. So we all do know that medical management of MS tends to be the primary focus. So when we're diagnosed, we meet with our neurologists and our healthcare team, and the focus is let's get us on some therapy that helps us along the way. That therapy may need to be shifted, it may need to be changed, it may need to be adapted based on how we are actually experiencing the therapy. But in that journey, we also do some things ourselves. So we try to make changes ourselves, and often exercise and nutrition are some of those areas where we try to make change. I know when I was diagnosed, that was the first thing I did. I went, oh my goodness, what is MS? I have no idea what this is, and what can I do? Because I was already trained as a dietitian, so I thought, what food do I need to eat? So of course, panic stations set in, and the story goes from there. But we do have a little bit of advice and a little bit of guidance along the way for us in terms of health behaviour management at the moment. The area is still evolving, so we have some lovely recommendations that Yvonne has already touched on with us today with regard to exercise management, and you've got those up on screen. It's a little bit more blurry, a little bit grey in the space of nutrition, and we're trying to move towards some increased consistency in the guidance there, but we do have a little bit of a way to go. So at the moment you've got some recommendations that are a little bit more established up on the screen here, but I think the main thing is finding what works for you, working with what works within your family, within your situation, and that's really what the rest of my talk is about today. So you also have heard from Yvonne just then about the social determinants, and I was referring to both Yvonne and Claudia's work, and this is the framework that they were using in their publication, and I'm looking at it from a slightly different lens, because the work we were doing for part of these studies was really during that late stage of the COVID pandemic. So people in the study that I'll present as a second part to this presentation had been diagnosed within the last 12 months. Therefore, they were diagnosed right during that stage where lockdowns were happening across a lot of Australia. So a very, very stressful stage of life, not only to get diagnosed, but generally for the society as a whole, being locked down with this thing that we didn't know what it was going to do. So the first part I'll talk to today is a review that we did with our team, looking at all of those different influencing factors that can affect lifestyle management in relation to multiple sclerosis. And this is one of the reasons why I didn't just stick to diet, because diet doesn't work in isolation. We eat, we move, we do lots of different things. So I thought, let's have a look at the bigger picture. And bear with me as I walk through this. It is a complex diagram, and I've tried to break it down as long as these animations work for me. So the work has been published, but what we'll do is we'll start at the top, the physical environment. So this was the situation we were in. We were in a space where the physical environment was challenging us, and the physical environment at the time was really affected by COVID. So we were looking at the publications that were out, and there were already publications coming through that were showing that the environment in relation to COVID was having an effect on multiple sclerosis, and in particular management of multiple sclerosis. Then, as you can see on the slide as well, the numbers on each of those boxes refer to the number of publications. So there are actually lots and lots of publications coming through in relation to physical well-being and people living with multiple sclerosis. So this is a very heavily researched space, and there's quite a lot of information for us in terms of how we're feeling physically. And we know it's not all physical. Of course, there's psychological well-being as well. You can see less numbers coming up in terms of the number of references there. So less research is going into the space, but we're still finding an association. And as I'm pulling this image together for you, you can see the directional relationships. So often one moves to the other, but sometimes they actually would be bidirectional, so they can move in both directions, where your physical well-being may affect your psychological and vice versa as well. Now, we do know that any form of self-management, whether it be driven by exercise, whether it be driven by nutrition, whether it be driven by something else in your life, is really based on your level of motivation and also in relation to your ability to change behaviour. And we refer to some of these abilities as in terms of our self-efficacy. And your self-efficacy is influenced by a number of these factors that we'll start to unpack. And you'll see on the right-hand side as we build this crazy image, that there are some influential factors that as they go up or down can have an impact on this central part of our image and of our general management in the MS space. So you can see I've already brought finances in, and we know finances have a big impact for all of us. We've seen some presentations already across this conference in relation to the impact of multiple sclerosis on the economy. We've heard this morning, again in this session, the impact of MS on the economy, and the impact of MS, we know ourselves, on our own personal circumstances. But then this big gamut of collection of things at the top start to appear. So that's why I said, bear with me, there's a lot going on here. But we can see our education. So there's a lot of scientific literature happening in the space of education. We know that there's something happening there, but I think bringing together how all of these factors relate to each other really hasn't been done previously. So studies have looked at one factor by itself, not thought necessarily about all of those other related elements for us. And the social environment in particular. So in terms of how much social support do we have, who do we live with, where do we live, what is our situation for the person? And that will be different for each of us. I don't think we can pigeonhole it and say, this is how it must be. I think we need to really consider the whole person and how these different circumstances will change from person to person. And I'm sure if we all share our journeys on the MS path to date, they would be all very, very different. Now, here were some of those factors I was talking about with the directional arrows as well. So we can see social stigmas up there, social isolation and stress. And we know that those factors, when they are reduced, can have a positive effect on our self-management. But unfortunately, the reverse, when they're increased, they can have quite a negative effect on our self-management. So if you're feeling stressed, you might turn towards a I'll just go with the dietetic term, quality of diet. So you'll choose foods that aren't necessarily as appropriate as maybe you might choose if you're feeling less stressed. If you're being faced by stigma because of maybe your ability or your appearance, that can make you feel internally different to if you're really praised about your appearance or you're not feeling particularly positive. Again, all flow-on effects to how we manage our condition, and these things change on a regular basis. They will not stay static. So you could imagine if this were, and if I was clever enough, I could try and make this as a moving diagram. Didn't quite get to that point. But this is constantly an evolving space. And of course, the obvious ones, age and sex come into play. There's not enough information out there yet to differentiate gender as well. Gender research is really quite in its infancy in the health space, but hopefully they'll start to evolve, and maybe when we do an update of this review in a few years' time, we might see some influence of gender coming through a bit more strongly than just sex or biological sex. And then our programs that we have out there as well. So the targeted programs for multiple sclerosis. So I guess coming back to my dietetic hat, we have programs like the WALS protocol, we've got the OMS program happening, we've got lots and lots of different things that target us, and they're promoted to us in a various number of ways, whether it be in books, on social media, on websites, and they're all using various marketing messages to try and get our attention and try and capture what is that one thing that's going to be the driver towards you wanting to make change. And that's completely fine because it is personal to each person, each individual, and that's one of the reasons why you can see so many studies also referred to in terms of targeted programs. So there's a lot that's going on, and of course, look, there we go, another link right from one side to the other. So this is what I was saying, there's a complexity of stuff happening for us. So imagine, and as many of you can probably relate to, you're newly diagnosed, all of this is going on in the background, and I don't think all of our clinicians or in our healthcare team consider all of these factors. And this is one of the reasons I wanted to keep this diagram in this crazy form for you all, because it really does show a little bit of an insight into the journey that we face when we're diagnosed with MS, and then as we move forward in our journey. We thought, of course, then we need to talk to people, and we love talking to people, so that's the next step of what we did. We recognise that people obviously are part of a bigger picture. So this is where the model that was referred to by Claudia earlier, the social determinants of health, we were looking at the socio-ecological model. So it's another framework that we can look at things, and it considers the implications of various factors in our lives. And you can see some of the factors I've already brought to you in that crazy image. So you've got things like our diet and our exercise, our family, and the relationships that we're in, the organisations that we interact with, the community that we live in and the interactions within the community, or the socioeconomic status possibly that we're faced with in our community as well. And then some lovely social factors, public policy, and we had to bring in the COVID pandemic because it was really coming through, even though it's not truly a policy of sorts. So this was the light we were in when we were doing this review. So we took it to the people. We thought we'd speak to people who've been newly diagnosed in a stage of change where the entirety of society was in flux. We really didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know whether things were going to get worse, get better. COVID was an unknown for many of us. Adding to that, COVID plus being diagnosed with something that's a chronic condition, lifelong, my goodness, that's all I can say. You know, I've been diagnosed many years ago, and I know that was a shock to the system. But the challenges that we've heard from these people that we spoke with in terms of the additional implications of diagnosis during COVID, wow. So we did speak to these people virtually, so via Zoom. That meant we could have access to a number of different states rather than just being focused in New South Wales where we are based. And you can see in this representation of our participants a few different levels of ability. So the number in the image of each of the people that we're showing here relates to their level of disability, so their personal status of what they felt they were able to do. And 3 being moderate disability, 0 being basically no disability at that point in time for the person. Now, that was, I have to stress that it was at that point in time. So if we'd spoken to them maybe a month later, they may have felt differently and that number may have been different as well. We did have a variation in terms of people, the sex of the participants. So we had a few males as well, and primarily people, I guess, in the older ages, but the commonality really was they all had relapsing remitting, and they were all diagnosed within the last 12 months. So this is where we caught them, in their MS journey at the point of diagnosis, essentially 12 months down the track. So as you can imagine, you've probably already been hit with many different things from your healthcare team. Your neurologist has probably got you in a different disease-modifying therapy. You're working your way through what on earth is MS, what does this mean to me? And that's where we were trying to capture and really look at what people are feeling and thinking at that point in time. So I've got a couple of quotes for you here, and I won't read them in detail for you. I'll just focus on the main highlights of what each quote is about. But the first theme that we found from chatting to these people who've been newly diagnosed is that they were looking to figure out how can they take control of this new diagnosis? What can they do in their lives, and what's different? So you can see here, this person is reflecting on how they were usually the person that was helping others, and now they had to come to the realisation that they needed to ask for help. And that was a really, really big eye-opener. And one thing that was really beautiful about this work that we did was throughout the research process, and this is one thing I love about doing qualitative research, so talking to people, is we were crying together on the meetings. It was just so much sharing going on, and it just really came to why we do this type of research. So you can see we're starting to build this cycle of what was happening based on the themes that we were hearing from our participants. And this loss of self-identity was coming through quite clearly. And this was something I could relate to personally. I don't think I came to terms with my MS diagnosis probably for about 12 years. I think I was trying to hide the fact that I had a chronic condition. And now I'm very open about it. I'm a complete open book and happy to have people ask me any questions at all. But it took a long time to get to that point. I wanted to, I guess, feel normal. Who knows what normal is anymore? So this was, for me, a very personal space, and one of the reasons why I had to also step back a little bit from the research and have others who didn't have that potential bias, take lead on the interviews themselves. Now, we were hearing that there were some poor feelings of well-being, whether it be physical or psychological. And we've got a quote coming up next in terms of prior to the diagnosis. And this person was referring to their fitness prior to the diagnosis, and then they had to let go of even doing any martial arts anymore. They just felt that they couldn't cope, and it just wasn't the thing for them, and they weren't eating well. Many different things just had shifted completely because it was a point of shock almost. And we refer to that as a bit of a metaphorical rock bottom. So where people have been trying and almost trying to paddle water and just not keeping their head above water enough. And that's where a lot of our participants were at by the time we were talking with them. They just were trying to essentially survive in a state of change. And you can see our second theme there in terms of grief and the acceptance that was guided by community. So this was a space where we heard many mixed messages, but the quote that I've referred to here was in terms of the economic situation for one of our participants. So this participant was reflecting on their work situation. They were still working full-time prior to being diagnosed, and were on a short-term contract that was due for renewal. And at the time they referred to the condition with their employer, they felt finally able to open up. And then they ended up being told they needed to be part-time in the role. It wouldn't be extended full-time anymore. And, the heartache at hearing that, and it wasn't just the one person that referred to these kind of cases, and we only had a limited number of people we spoke with, but it was a common story, and it's something that I think we've seen across a number of different research areas that have been happening across this conference. But it's just something that I think we all need to be constantly aware of, that, social stigma that is in the back of certain people's minds means we need to raise more awareness about this condition and what the implications of, acting toward that stigma or acting with that stigma can be for others. So as we're moving through the cycle, we're starting to move in the upward part of it now. So motivation to retake control. So people were starting to find their strength. And keeping in mind, this is 12 months in. So this is not a majority of the group, and it's qualitative, so we don't count the number of people. But we're starting to hear a little bit of a voice that we've hit this rock bottom, now what can I do? What can I do next? And we often find what we knew from the literature was that people would take control in terms of those self-management behaviours. So in particular, exercise and physical activity were the two leading ones that people would start to grab hold of again and go, what can I do that I can hold on to and change, and it's all about me, as opposed to all of those medications that my neurologist is dealing with. So slowly moving towards an acceptance, and that acceptance, as you've heard, I mentioned, didn't happen for me for a long time, but for these people, many of them were coming to a point of acceptance, not necessarily complete acceptance, but a level of it at that point in their lives, and a level of realisation that life would be different, but that's okay. So we've got someone here referring to the various MS forums that they refer to, the links that they've made with communities online all at this stage, because we were just post-COVID. But also remembering that we can ask each other for help and we can help each other, and that's really how we can start to help all of us come together and help with the acceptance of living with a chronic condition. And then what we referred to as a bit of a discovery of a new identity. So we realised that things are never going to be the same as they were before. You know, life is going to be different, and there are going to be lots of different hiccups along the way, but that's okay, we can deal with those. And of course, all of those effects. So coming back to the crazy diagram at the beginning, these were the factors that we were still hearing about throughout our interviews from our participants. So they were coming through quite strongly. We weren't just seeing them in the published literature, we were hearing them firsthand from people. And you can see diet and exercise up the top there because they were probably the two most commonly mentioned ones. One particular participant had just moved to a different country, so she actually dialed in from Canada and was talking to us about the implications of how she uses the kitchen space that she doesn't really have in the new place that she was living in. And she was really quite food insecure because the general conditions of living in COVID times in a different country, plus a new diagnosis that she'd only just so recently had, and then trying to figure out how do we even work the food environment out here in a different country? What can I eat? What can't I eat? What can I do? And this person was basically at a stage of giving up on everything, which was really quite disheartening to hear, but it's not uncommon, unfortunately, for us. So I think we need to remember that there are so many factors going on in people's lives, and we can't assume that everyone's happy just because they're smiling. So a little bit about the practical side of things as well. And this is something we'd heard before we did these interviews as well, and we've heard coming through at this conference a fair bit as well in terms of the interaction with the clinicians, and apologies to the clinicians in the room. But it was really about the interaction of the person living with MS and the clinician and the messaging and the way the messages were delivered. So very blunt, to the point, very medically minded, very biologically focused, as opposed to thinking about the whole person. And I realise this is an idealistic thought, but it would be good to have that person-centred approach coming through, particularly in those early diagnosis conversations. I remember mine quite clearly, and it's not really something I need to share, but it was very similar. Very biomedically focused, no information about anything, and I was at a complete loss, and I'm sure I'm not alone. I can see people nodding in the audience too. And then you had the implications of global events like COVID. You know, the joys of COVID, we've learned to live with the different changes that have happened across society. We've learned how to manage the way that we live. We're learning constantly. We're learning from each other. And I think the way we manage our condition is evolving and changing, but I think that's a good thing for us all. And this particular person was referring to when they were diagnosed and the inability to even see their family members at the time of being diagnosed because of all the restrictions. You know, we weren't able to see each other in hospitals because it was so tightly controlled, and they had to be so COVID aware at the time as well. So now I've just layered those two studies together in terms of we have our cycle, and we refer to that as a bit of a grief cycle. So it's a stage of change, it's a process for us, it's something that we all go through in a different way. But then we have lots of different factors in the middle that can affect it, from our own personal situation right through to those out there in society and the policies that we try to change slowly. And wouldn't it be lovely if we had a straight and beautiful journey along the way? I don't think any of us have had that straight and beautiful journey. I would love to find someone who has. But, you know, the reality is, yes, there'll be some blue sky along the way. Yes, let's find our own journey and let's pave our way forward. And my personal recommendations in the space are that we need to consider the influences of how lifestyle can really come into the management of our multiple sclerosis. Now, I think that's in relation to the medical management, so I'm not saying in isolation, but also consider our own personal circumstances. And I think for both of us living out there with our MS and also for the clinicians out there, we need to think about those wider parts of the storyline as well. And remember long-term change. So that's one of the most important things in terms of any sort of health behaviour change. Short-term changes, yes, they're useful, they're beneficial, and they will help you feel good at the time. But this is a chronic condition. This is something that's not going away tomorrow. So what can we do piece by piece to help ourselves for the future? And making extreme changes that are completely out of your control probably aren't something you're going to be able to sustain. So think about what you can do within your space. And that's it from me.
Yasmin, do we have any questions? Yasmin. Okay, well, I've got a quick one. So Yasmin, if you are a person living with MS, where do you suggest I go for resources about what diet I should be following?
The magic question. I would say, for us, we're from New South Wales, so I would refer to MS Plus. So definitely your local MS organisations are really, really valuable. We're in regular contact as a research team with our local organisations and with our national organisation to make sure that the evidence base, particularly for nutrition, is as up to date as we can be. And we've got various things happening behind the scenes that we constantly feed through to make sure that the information is really as current and as practical and as accessible, I think, for the community. There are lots of different opportunities out there for diet. It needs to work within what you want. We all have different taste preferences. We all have different situations at home. We all have different wants and needs. So work with what works for you and your particular space. And I think the rest will come from there. Make sure you do refer to your healthcare team and get as much guidance from your healthcare team as you can. If it's in relation to diet, us accredited practicing dietitians are quite helpful. There are lots of us out there, not too many in the MS space yet, but we're working on that. But yes, definitely MS Australia, MS Plus, and all the related organisations like MSWA. We've all got some really useful links in relation to diet. In particular, MSWA, I've heard, have got a really amazing dietetic team here as well, and I've met a few of them at this conference.
Any other questions for Yasmin?
I'm not sure if it was you or the previous, but is it ineolic acid through food?
Linoleic acid, yep.
Yeah, what foods?
The magic question. Yeah, there are a number of, it's a type of fatty acid essentially. So most foods where we have a type of fatty acid need to be a fat-based food. And fatty acids can come from a number of different food groups. So we have our common ones, our nuts and seeds, we have our meats, our dairy products. So I wouldn't necessarily think about just a single nutrient by itself, but maybe the package of the food. So I'm very whole food focused and very much about the overall pattern of eating. So just making sure you've got the balance there. And we do really refer back to the Australian Dietary Guidelines, and I think that messaging is really important across the board to many chronic conditions, including MS. Awesome. Awesome.
Any other questions for Yasmin? Okay, well, join with me in thanking Yasmin. Hi everyone, I'm Fiona Mackay from MS Australia, and it's an absolute delight to have so many of you, our MS community, in the room with us this morning and online. And as we move into the second half of our session today, our next speaker is Professor Jeanette Lechner-Scott, who's a senior MS neurologist from John Hunter Hospital in Newcastle. And she also has extensive experience in clinical trials. So we're very delighted to have her here today with us to talk about the Australian treatment pipeline for MS. Welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you. I must say I have one of the largest clinics in Australia. I look after 1,400 patients, and I know a lot of the personal stories of every single one of my patients, and I try to give them as much time as I can to listen to the stories and to advise them about smoking and healthy lifestyle. But what most patients say, and what I feel in the end once I've talked to them twice or three times, it's too hard. Yeah, so most patients choose the easy way out and get treatment, but we all know it's a complete story, and you need to not just go on disease-modifying therapy, but also adhere to a healthy lifestyle as much as you can. So in 10 minutes, I will try to tell you all what is in the pipeline for MS research. These are the treatments that we have at the moment, and I don't know, you might be still on some injectables. These were the first clinical available treatments, and I'm so long in the business that I was involved in these pivotal trials. There is an expansion of oral treatments, especially the S1 inhibitor, and the induction therapy, alemtuzumab as an infusion, cladribine as an oral version of it. Then I don't know how many of you are on the high efficacy treatments like monthly natalizumab or 6 monthly Ocrevus infusion. So what is the next thing to come? How it works is that natalizumab next year already will become a subcut injection, so that might make life for you guys a lot easier, that you don't have to go to infusion centers, like that was really a big problem during the COVID pandemic. And ocrelizumab is likely to become a subcut infusion as well. It's likely to be submitted to TGA next year and then maybe be available in 2026. So our aim is to treat to target. The target being, I don't want to see any relapses in my patients, and having been in the field for over 30 years, that has dramatically changed over the last 30 years. But I also don't want to see any disease progression, and I don't want to see any new lesions, and that's why I stick my patients all in a scanner every year, if they want it or not. Well, if they don't want it, they won't go. But, so let's see what our current treatment does. So these are a list of the clinical trials. So Temso was teriflunomide, Define was Tecfidera, etc. Fingolimod, Friedman's, natalizumab, alemtuzumab, Clarity is cladribine, and Opera is ocrelizumab. The best we can do with a high efficacy treatment is with Opera is 47% will achieve a NADA of 3. No relapses, no EDSS progression, and no MRI change. So cladribine 44. So we can do better. This is the current landscape. It's pretty crowded. So there were the injections, the light blue ones, infusions, dark blue, mitoxantrone, really effective treatment, but bloody toxic, so it's not really used that much. And then here the oral treatments. And then you can see here, it's going purple in future. So these are the BTK inhibitors, and I'll spend a bit more time on that. So why are we also excited about BTK inhibitors? Because we know that the B-cell therapy, that is probably the best treatment available at the moment, is just killing all your B-cells. What BTK inhibitors do, they stop the activation of B-cells. And not only B-cells, they also stop then inflammatory cytokine production, the migration into the CNS, and the stimulation, the co-stimulation of T-cells. So it will stop the meningeal inflammation. And we just recently heard in ECTRIMS that we know that at least some fenebrutinib, BTK inhibitor, are really achieving the dose of treatment of drug in the CNS where we want it to work, which is not necessarily true for all the other B-cell therapies, because they reduce your B-cells in the periphery. So then less go into the CNS, but they don't actually, the drug itself doesn't reach the CNS, and that's where we want them to be. And this is the big hope. You know, it doesn't only stop the B and T cells, but it also stops the microglia, and you all have heard a lot about the importance of microglia if you listen here next door, because these are the cells in the brain that we think will cause neurotoxicity and demyelination. So if we stop the activation of microglia, then we hopefully can stop progression. That's the idea. So this is why all big companies are actually on that bandwagon. So Merck was a bit heads front with eboprutinib. So they already have 132 weeks long-term data. Tolebrutinib from Sanofi is the second one. So we have already published phase 2 trials. Fenebrutinib was reported on an optic neuritis trial, phase 2. But the other drugs are only coming, and data is only expected in 2026. Especially, there is no phase 3 trial yet published, which is a bit of a pity. Early next year, a little bird told me. So the phase 2 trial showed for evobrutinib a significant reduction in relapse rate, but you all know that that isn't that amazing, because with other drugs can do it too. So what we have achieved, what is now the expected outcome of a high efficacy treatment, is reducing your relapse rate to 1 in 10 years. I don't know if we can get it ever 0, probably not, but 1 in 10 years is pretty good. But what they also have shown, and you might have heard a bit about the slowly expanding lesions, the smoldering lesions, and evobrutinib is successful in significantly reducing this. Yeah? And also you have heard about biomarkers. Neurofilament is reflecting very much the damage to your brain, so much so that we know that EBV infection shows an elevation of neurofilament, so it immediately goes to neurofilament, not specific, but a very good correlate with brain damage, and it's significantly reduced with evobrutinib. What about tolebrutinib? The phase 2 trial, a significant 85% reduction of new gadolinium enhancing lesions, so very anti-inflammatory, very effective, once daily dose. But I thought their smoldering lesion efficacy is not quite there, because it's probably the numbers also too small, but a strong 73.4% of participants had no relapses until week 120, so that's quite long. I thought I'd throw that in as well. So this was presented in ACTRIMS, and I know we focus very much on secondary progressive MS, but we've published MS-based data already. The incidence and prevalence of secondary progressive MS is declining, and this is because we have better disease-modifying therapy. And nowadays, we know that more than 50% will never, ever reach a secondary progressive state. So this is good news. So in Sweden, where they always have population-based, not just MS center-based, population-based data, so incidence of secondary progressive has declined from 2.7 to 0.9 per person years, and the prevalence from 23 to 21, so significant reduction, and it will reduce even more with our effective treatments. So these are new treatments, so the CD40 ligand inhibitor, frexalimab, sounds really complicated, but it is a similar sort of approach as the BTK inhibitor, so it does stop the activation of B and T cells. It doesn't kill your immune cells, but it stops the activation. And again, we've seen a quite significant 89% reduction of new T1 lesion. Very effective anti-inflammatory treatment. There's a lot of discussion about CAR T cells. That is the next thing from stem cell transplant. So you take your own cells, you clean them, you enhance your T cells towards a target and give it back. So that works quite well in hematological diseases, cancers. It works and is currently tested in brain cancers, which is very exciting. And it particularly works if you know the specific target, like MOG. So MOG-associated disease, it's a differential to MS, and we always test for this antibody. When we have the target, we can fix it with engineered T cells. So it is proposed there's a potential for if your B-cell therapy doesn't work. But I must say the first trial, and I was very disappointed this week to hear, where we targeted T cells against EBV, was unsuccessful. So failed. I don't know the details because it was only a press release, but that has failed. So maybe the target EBV isn't the answer, but we have a lot of studies going that will find that out. So you heard a lot already, and I'm not going to talk about octopus or platypus. We know about, there were other studies in progressive disease like the statin and disease which does something but wasn't convincing. And the alpha-lipoic acid is certainly something that is interesting, and we'll see what the results show. But what I'm very excited about is remyelination studies. So we are very good in stopping inflammation, but we only diagnose when there is already damage present. So we want to repair. So the temolizumab study, that was a fairly large study, unfortunately didn't meet the outcome. Ibudilast, IL-10, also was not effective. Clemastine was a fairly small study, 50 patient, and improved visual evoked potentials. Taurus is a fascinating new study that we currently do in several centers, done by Colleen, not here. So with transmagnetic stimulation, showing that there is improvement. I've been using that as a diagnostic tool for decades, and I've always sort of smiled when patients said, oh, they feel better afterwards, but maybe they do. So let's wait, we'll roll it up by June next year and see if hopefully, that will be successful. And the GOLD study, the phase 2 trial, was presented earlier this year as AAN by Michael Barnett, also an Australian study. Our patients had to drink this muddy water. It is meant to increase your energy. Unfortunately, the clinical outcome, I mean, this was a study that we conducted and pulled through COVID, and from the 150 that we were supposed to recruit, we only recruited 73 because patients couldn't come to the center. Unfortunately, for the clinical outcome, we needed to reduce by 9, so that is to be taken with caution, and it wasn't then significant because a small number. But there was a significant difference in visual acuity, so we focus on the optic nerve. And if you looked at objective outcomes, there was a significant difference between visual evoked potentials and also in connectivity in the brain. So in summary, we're very good in treating active MS and reducing relapses. There's still a way to go. Treatments work best if we treat early, and we're very keen on getting every patient on disease-modifying therapy to prevent damage, because once you have damage to the brain, it will eventually progress. Best way of reducing this progression of already established damage is lifestyle changes, and we need to get better in really translating that in reality. There's many promising results, but not yet anything realistic for repair, but I'm very hopeful that we find that in the near future. Thank you.
Do we have time for one quick question? If not, I might leave that for the moment, just because we're running quite over time. So thank you very much, Jeanette, again for a wonderful talk. So switching gears a little bit for our next speaker, Dr. Swathi Ramasan from the Florey Institute of Neuroscience and Mental Health in Melbourne. Swathi is going to talk to us about some really exciting new laboratory research using mini brains to understand myelin damage and myelin repair in MS. So welcome, Swathi.
Thanks, everyone. Like she said, I'm going to talk about creating a model for multiple sclerosis using human-derived iPSC stem cells. So I don't have to explain what multiple sclerosis is to this crowd, but I'm used to doing that in the first slide. I'm also going to talk about the need for new models to recapitulate this and how we have modeled multiple sclerosis in our lab using stem cells and the key research outcomes. So we all know that multiple sclerosis is an autoimmune disease where the immune cells attack the myelin, which causes demyelination, axonal damage, and degeneration. So myelin is pretty much a protective layer around the axons. The analogy is it's like the insulation around the electrical wires. So once we lose the insulation, obviously the conduction is being damaged and it's blocked, and we don't want that. So this further leads to the loss of oligodendrocytes in yellow. Oligodendrocytes in yellow. So oligodendrocytes are the cells which actually produce these myelin. And once we lose these cells, we would not have the myelin to protect these axons, which will further block the nerve conduction, and we lose the motor neuron eventually. So despite these, all the approved drugs at the moment, they target the immune cells. But there are really not many treatments to repair the myelin and regenerate these myelin. This is a major issue, but partly this is because we don't have the right models to understand the mechanism behind this and how we can regenerate the myelin. Because most of the models are based off the rodents and human autopsy models. They are great models, no doubt, and predominantly all the knowledge we have in this field is from these models. But then the autopsy models, they only look at the end-stage disease progression, and they don't look at the stage-wise progression. And mice models, the mice and rats, the rodents, they react very differently to demyelination as compared to humans. So we really need a model to understand the mechanism behind this demyelination and remyelination. So an ideal model would, ideally, they should be of human relevance, so they should have human cells. They should be able to test different drugs, have high throughput, and they should be readily available so we can manipulate the system. It should also allow us to look into the basic mechanism happening stepwise so we can understand and target at each of the steps during this progression of the disease. So we go and take the help of iPSC cells, which was discovered by Professor Shinya Yamanaka, and he received a Nobel Prize for finding this. So where we basically take human patient cells, we take a skin biopsy, and then we reprogram them to form the iPSC cells, so induced pluripotent stem cells, or the stem cells. So the difference between a mature skin cell is that once they form a skin cell, they can't form any other lineage. While with stem cells, they can basically form all the different types of, or any cell type we really want them to form. And we are most interested in neurons and oligodendrocytes, which are the key cells involved in multiple sclerosis. And we do this. We use these iPSC stem cells to make these organoid models to look at the mechanism of the demyelination and remyelination immune cell response in our organoids. So organoids are basically big ball of cells, which has all the relevant cells required for your disease progression, to understand the disease progression. So it's a long protocol. It takes 6 months to form these tiny little organoids in our lab, and by the end of the process, we form all the relevant cells involved in this demyelination. So this is a picture of a motor neuron. Then these are OPCs, or oligodendrocyte progenitor cells, which are like the baby cells before the mature oligodendrocytes, which will then mature to form these myelinating oligodendrocytes, astrocytes. We also add in microglia, which are like the gatekeeper immune cells in our body. And by the end, so finally we form these beautiful myelin in our organoids. So these are colored in green, so you can add labels. So that's that's a CNPS here. So that's a label to color these myelin specifically. So you can look at them in the organoids. And the rest shows here that we have compact mature myelin, which we typically see in human tissues. By the end of the protocol, we add a chemical called lysolecithin, which we took all the pain to create this beautiful myelin, and then we want to destroy it. Amazing. So that's what we do. We add this chemical to rip the myelin apart and break them into pieces, because unfortunately, that's what happens in multiple sclerosis. So we are really focused to create that model to understand the progression. So we start with that. So this is how a whole organoid looks. Like I said, it's a big ball of cells, and the green color is the myelin sheaths. They're colored in green with a marker which stains only myelin basic protein, MBP. And that's a zoomed in image of this, and you will see the zoomed in images throughout this presentation. So these are the images when I do not add the chemical, where you have beautiful myelin sheaths. This is right after, so that's 5 hours, 24 hours, 7 days, and 14 days after I take off the chemical to see if something is, so there's no chemical here. But once I add the chemical, you can see that they get ripped off at all the time points. So great, so that's step 1 done. We have the organoids, we have the sheaths, and then we add the chemical, we demyelinate, and then we show, okay, we are able to recreate what's happening in MS. But what about the immune cells? They are really functional. It's these immune cells which actually attack the myelin. And we want to see the role of them when there is these debris and these tiny little fragments. So that's a video of microglia, so the gatekeepers of the immune system. They are labeled in red, so they have this innate red color marker in them, and they fluoresce red. So longer and more happy they are more ramified microglia. And this is a video once we add the LPC or the chemical. So they go round. So more angry they are, more they hate everything around, they go round and amoeboid. And that's a proof to show to the chemical we add in our system, they actually react. That's amazing. They are reacting to the chemical, but we also want to see if these immune cells are actually functional, because we just don't want them to react, but also do their job of clearing the debris of the myelin fragments. And this is proved by looking at the phagocytosis. So phagocytosis basically means eating debris. So what these microglia, they are beautiful cells. What they do is basically they just engulf and eat up all these tiny little fragments, and that's more enhanced, and there's more eating and phagocytosis in LPC-treated, the chemical-treated organoids, as compared to that of controls. And we also looked into the microglia, and we found that the myelin debris are actually inside the microglia, which is exciting. So great. So we are able to do the demyelination, and we show that our microglia is quite beautifully, dynamically responding in our system, not just responding, but also functionally they are able to phagocytose and then engulf those debris. But we are more interested in the complete system, model system. So we want to see if we can actually see newly generated myelin after this. So in both humans and rodents, there are 2 ways by which you have these regeneration happening. The oligodendrocytes, the myelin-producing cells, they can proliferate, they can differentiate, and then they can form new myelin, or the existing oligodendrocytes, which were fortunate to escape and survive the demyelination, they can put out new myelin, and then they can remyelinate. So we are more interested in the first scenario, where these cells can actually divide and then form new myelin. So yay, excitingly, we do have new myelin. So these are, again, the markers which we use to see. So we add, again, a specific chemical, which will, right after we take off the chemical, we add a specific marker into these organoids, which gets incorporated only in the dividing cells. So if an oligodendrocyte is already existing, it's not going to get incorporated in the nucleus. So that is labeled here in red color. And then we had a marker which labels all the oligodendrocytes, a nuclear marker, SOX10, which labels all the oligodendrocytes, and then the beautiful green antibody, which labels the oligodendrocyte cell body and the sheaths around. And we found that there is efficient newly generated oligodendrocytes at 8 weeks and 12 weeks after we take off the chemical which causes the demyelination. So we are excited about this. So we have created a new humanized model, so with human cell relevance. So we actually took human skin cells, we reprogrammed, we formed iPSC cells, and we used these human cells in our organoid models, which I think is exciting. We show that we can actually form mature compact myelin and then fragmented and demyelinated, which is the first step which happens in multiple sclerosis. And we also show it's functional by adding in immune cells and then clearing these debris using the microglia. And then we have some beautifully newly generated myelin in these organoids. These organoids have a potential for drug screening, and we can also understand the basic mechanism of how these cells are actually generated, how they differentiate, and how they get incorporated in the system to remyelinate. So I thank my lab, the Barton lab in Melbourne, who is our lab head, and I thank a key collaborator, Dr. David Gonsalves, who is hiding in the back of the room. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Does anyone have any questions for Swati? No? So I've got a really quick one for you.
Yes, I'll stay.
Yeah, I just wondered, I mean, this is a huge amount of work to get this type of a model up and running in the lab. I wondered how long it took you to get those beautiful photographs of the cells.
The newly generated oligodendrocytes itself took like 4 months.
Yep.
So yeah, I've been with Flore for almost 2 years, and this data is like 2 years old.
Yes,
yeah,
it's a huge amount of work.
Thank you.
My second question is this something that you foresee might be able to be upscaled to test many compounds for remyelination?
Yes, definitely. We are actually already doing that. We are trying to benchmark it with clemastine and other existing drugs in phase 3 clinical trials, because we have these 6 well plates and we have multiple organoids in each well. Mm-hmm. We can easily, and we have a pipeline already where we generate tons of organoids every month. So it is doable.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It is definitely doable.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. Fu Huang, who's a physiotherapist who specialises in MS rehabilitation, and he's worked in the field for over 20 years, so we're very lucky to have him here to talk to us today about a training system that he's developed to reduce falls in people with MS, the IFIMS clinical trial. Thanks, Fu.
Thanks, Fiona. Thank you, everyone. And while waiting for the benefits of all the wonderful treatments from Jeanette, from the remyelination, we have to deal with the clinical issue now and then. That is a functional deterioration among people with MS. Before I start, can I ask anyone with MS here in this room happen to experience an accidental fall in the last 3 months or 6 months? So you look like you confirm my study here. Okay, my study is I designed an exercise games to reduce the falls rate among people with MS. And this is the graph showing the combination of the data of the 4 countries, Australia, Sweden, UK, USA, and we have 540 people, and then we found that at least 40% of people with MS or 60% of people with MS will have at least one fall in the next 3 months. That's your confirmation there. And then having said that, we say that the phones cause a lot of consequences. Reduced mobility, social participation, limitation, physical activity, loss of confidence, and a lot of studies showing that exercise do improve the balance, but are not sure that it can prevent falls or not. And most of the study in the past 10 years, there are short-term pilot trial and the intervention required supervision, no real randomized control trial really power for falls as primary outcome, because the falls outcome is a very hard primary outcome to have enough power. So at Neuroscience Research Australia, where I'm working with here, Neuroscience, and we develop a step exercise game training. Program of 8 engaging exercise games that combine on the step-in exercise, required the fast reaction and selective attention response to inhibition and task situation. And we believe that with this kind of game can help people with MS to practice at home, unsupervised. We can really control via the phone, and then hopefully we can reduce the falls. This is a prototype of the game we developed. This video was produced by SBS TV, and then this is my prototype when I conducted a pilot study,
As a result of MS, the fear of falling sometimes stopping her from leaving the house.
Oh, it's shocking because you can't get up. If you're out somewhere, you have to get someone to help you.
Sharon joined a pilot trial of an exercise program designed by
Can we stop the video?
Research Australia. Designed like a game.
Can we stop the video? And then I think that this kind of prototype, but now we have a version 5 at Neura, and then we think that this can be undertaken unsupervised at home, and it provides both cognitive and motor training and maximize adherence, because the game is interesting and it prompts the feedback and it gives you you compete yourself with the high scores. And we were successful with the pilot RCT. That's why the aim of this study is a definite RCT if we want to determine whether this step exercise game undertaken independent at home over 6 months could prevent falls in people with MS. We hypothesized that compared with the usual care, this step in exercise will reduce falls. And this is a two-arm parallel single-blinded randomized control trial, 1-to-1 allocation. Inclusion is here. The EDSS between 2 and 6, no apparent cognitive impairment, no exacerbation in the past 30 years. The exclusion is that they cannot perform twice step-in reaction time. Twice step-in reaction time means a very 30-second reaction time. You just step. That's one. If they cannot do that, we exclude them. We recruit at Sydney, Melbourne, ACT, and Hobart. It's a 4 states. The sample size, the power calculation suggested that we need at least 500 people and 250 in each group. And we did. We tried to do our best, and we randomized that one. And then actually during about the method, how we did that. Intervention participants. After we randomize them, the intervention participant will receive a step exercise game, and the exercise game will be interfaced with their TV at home. We ask the participant to take the training at least 120 minutes per week for 6 months, and we monitor via daily data transfer, because in the system there we have a Wi-Fi transfer data daily back to the base at Neura. If we've noticed that they practice less than 80 minutes per week, we call them to remind them to say, hey, what's going on? And then with the control participants, we don't give a histogram, or we don't give them the game, but we encourage to continue whatever they are doing, exercise, swimming, whatever physical activity they are doing. We provided an education booklet for exercising and falls prevention for people with MS. The primary outcome is we measure the rate of falls over the 6 months via the monthly falls calendar. We ask the participants to fill out the monthly falls calendar and email back to us. That is the primary outcome. The secondary outcomes, we monitor the falls rate over 12 months. And then we ask the participants fill out a number of questionnaires there, like who does, number 2, MSIF, other, and we also ask them to do some kind of physical mobility measure, like a 10-meter walk test, meter walk test, or these are trail making tests. A and B is about cognition. If you want cognition here, no. And the results here. Okay. We assessed 743 people. We recruited 469, close to our target number. And we randomized after the baseline assessment. We randomized that, and that's the one we threw, but this one we have 230 people complete 6-month intervention, and in the control arm we have 200. But these are pretty good numbers in a big country, in this kind of control, over 3 years. And the results, to our disappointment, but not surprise, we said that adherence is good, but the people play around 70 minutes per week over 6 months. Very only half, 60% of the target training. No matter we try to calm them. And though some people with MS here understand why, I do understand too. It's so hard to change the behavior, you know that. And there was no serious adverse events reported, and the relapse rate over 12 months follow-up, we have some relapse rate here, similar in both groups here. So basically, the intervention didn't cause a relapse at all. And the effect of intervention outcomes, you see that total, over the 6 months, we have around 467 falls in each group. So similar. No difference in both groups, control or intervention group. And over the 12 months, we recorded nearly 800 falls in the control group and a similar number in the intervention group. So either over 6 months or over 12 months, no difference between the control and the intervention. A bit disappointment, but no surprise. So that is that. And the subgroup analysis, however, showed that the EDS score, adherence to training, does not significantly affect fall rate. We look at the people with less disabled or who are more exercise more, and we didn't find any difference either. However, we saw a little bit of a significant reduction in movement time and total time in twice step reaction time, which means that with this intervention, people with MS tend to react quicker when they fall. They can react faster to regain their balance, but otherwise there's no improvement in any other psychosocial measurement or physical measurement outcome measure here. Okay, so as you see that this intervention did not reduce falls rate in people with MS, as we hope. But they can do faster step in there, and the inhibitory step in reaction, that means inhibitory, for example, a person with MS, you step into, you see something wrong and you inhibit, you stop stepping. That is inhibitory stepping. And then, but I think that the exercise game is good. It's challenging. It can help the people to adhere to the exercise, but it didn't address other factors contribute to falls, especially the weakness, especially the foot drop, and the ankle joint contractures, and the knee hyperextension. As a physiotherapist working day to day with the people with MS, I found that these 3 factors are the number ones affecting the mobility and causing falls in people with MS. So I think that in future study we need to complement it with the functional exercise. Basically, this exercise needs to be combined with the functional exercises and reactive balance. And we also address the changes in the ankle joint, the knee joint, so that we can reduce the falls rate in people with MS. That is ours. Thank you.
Thanks, Fu. Does anyone have any questions for Fu?
I wonder if you did the same trial on people who tripped and not fell to the ground, if there would have been a difference. So you did this on people who fall to the ground?
Yeah, no. The falls, it's a falling. We define it as it inadvertently ended on the ground. That is, we define falls. But trips and slip, we didn't count it as a fall. No. But I know that people with MS experience thousands of trips and slips. We completed a study. We trained the people. We created accidentally trip and slip, and we found that training helped people to reduce fall and to reduce trip. And that we just completed and we published that paper. We did created that trip and slips.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Fu? If not, we might leave it there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So our final speaker for today is Dr. Holly Emery from the University of Tasmania, and Holly's work's actually attracted a lot of interest on our social media at MSA because she delves into the very deep things of MS. So I'm delighted to invite Holly to talk about the change in concept of self that comes with MS. Thanks, Holly.
Okay. Cool. So thank you everyone, and thank you everyone that hung around, and I hope that you find this talk interesting and justified in holding off lunch for the afternoon. So what I'm going to talk about today is a study that I did last year with some fabulous collaborators where we explored the experience of self-concept change following MS, and we looked at the role that disability and health-related quality of life might have. So, when we're talking about self-concept, we're talking about the typical ways that people think about and describe themselves. It's the definitions that we use when we're talking about ourselves to strangers, when we're answering questions in job interviews, or really when we're talking about ourselves to anyone who's going to listen. And so essentially, our self-concept is just how we answer that "who am I" question. I am smart, I am funny, I am grumpy, I am competitive. These are all examples of self-concept. And the reason that self-concept is so important to understand is because it informs almost everything we do and how we feel about ourselves. So then the question becomes, how is self-concept formed? Or put differently, how do we know who we are? Well, our self-concepts are formed based on the roles and responsibilities we have in our lives. For example, your self-views when you're at home with your family, when you're out with your friends, when you're at work with your colleagues, or when you're within your larger community. For example, I'm a supportive and empathetic wife. I'm funny and social when I'm with my friends. I'm a hardworking and productive employee. and I am a reliable and caring member of my community. But what happens to our self-concepts when these things change? And this is the focus of my work, and in particular, how it might apply for people living with MS. So we know that for many people living with MS, they report reduced home responsibilities, reduced or no social interaction with friends, changes with how they engage with professional employment, and disengagement with community groups. But what does this mean for their self-concepts? For some people living with MS, we know that changes to self-concept is common and is a really important part of their lives and can occur throughout the disease course. And what this study focuses on is what factors contribute to this change, or put differently, what causes self-concept to change. So, there are some key factors that may result in changes to self-concept. Most research supports a link between level of disability, which is a common indicator of disease impact and severity, such that people who report greater levels of disability also report more negative changes to their self-concepts. However, we also have other research that suggests someone's health-related quality of life, which relates to someone's perception of how their MS impacts on their functioning or their well-being, may also be involved in this relationship. And lastly, some research tells us that relationship satisfaction may also help to protect self-concept during other life changes. But really, we need more information to know how these different factors might impact self-concept for those living with MS. And so this is what we did. We had a range of research questions that intended to test whether our suggested model was true of how people living with MS experience changes to their self-concept. Essentially, we wanted to know if greater levels of disability resulted in changes to people's health-related quality of life, and if this in turn resulted to changes to their self-concept. And we also wanted to investigate what role relationship satisfaction might have with this. And so to do this, we measured 4 key things. The first thing we measured was self-concept change. And we essentially asked, are you more or less like this particular characteristic since you were diagnosed? The next thing we assessed or measured was degree of disability. Essentially asking, how much do you think your MS symptoms have impacted physical functioning and walking ability? We also assessed health-related quality of life, trying to answer that question about how much do you believe MS has impacted your daily life. And lastly, for those people who were in a relationship, we asked how satisfied they were with that relationship. And so who did we ask? We had 995 participants from the Australian MS longitudinal study complete our key measures. And of these, 726 were in a relationship and also completed that measure of relationship satisfaction. And so this is what we found. Those with greater reported disability also reported worse or poorer health-related quality of life. Worse health-related quality of life resulted in more negative changes to self-concept for these participants. Consistent with previous work, greater levels of disability or more severe MS was associated with more negative changes to self-concept. And importantly, when we looked at how these 3 factors were related to each other, we found that greater disability or more severe MS resulted in worse health-related quality of life, and this in turn resulted in more negative changes to self-concept. And we also found that relationship satisfaction had no impact on any of these things. But this led to a question. So while these results told us that higher levels of disability resulted in people living with MS to perceive a greater impact of their MS on their everyday lives and their quality of life, and this resulted in negative changes to self-concept, health-related quality of life is made up of many different things. It's not just one thing. It's made up of how easily you can move around by yourself and complete everyday tasks like cleaning and bathing. It's related to your vision and hearing and communication ability, your level of pain, your mental health and well-being, your level of happiness and enthusiasm about life, your self-confidence and self-worth in yourself, your perceived ability to cope with different life challenges, and how enjoyable you find your personal relationships and your level of social connection. So then the question remained whether this link that we found was a result of all of these factors of health-related quality of life, or only some. And so this is what we found. For those participants who completed our study, it was only their self-reported personal and social relationships in terms of their satisfaction with these and their level of social connection and their perceived coping ability that help explain how greater levels of disability resulted in more negative changes to self-concept. And so the key take-homes from this study were that self-concept change is common for a lot of people living with MS, and consistent with previous work, we found that greater levels of disability or more severe levels of MS were related to negative changes in self-concept. And importantly, we also found this additional relationship where it wasn't this direct cause and effect between greater levels of disability and changes in self-concept, but rather there was this factor in the middle that was impacting that in terms of personal relationships and coping ability. And this information is really exciting for us to know and to understand more about this experience of self-concept change, because it helps us identify some key factors that might be influencing that, but also some key areas where additional support might translate to better outcomes and more positive self-concept for people living with MS. I would just like to acknowledge the wonderful people that collaborated on this project, some of which are sitting in this room right now, all the participants that completed this survey and continue to show support for the AMSLS, and also the funders. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Any questions for Holly? No? I might get you to join with me in thanking her again for her beautiful talk. So that concludes our session. Thank you so much for joining us today and for sticking on till the end. We thank all of our viewers online as well for joining us today, and we invite you to join us for lunch outside afterwards. Thanks very much.
Sorry. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice lunch. My name is Chris Gumley. I'm the chair of the Consumer and Community Reference Committee at the Menzies Institute for Medical Research in Hobart, Tasmania. And today we're going to talk about consumer involvement in research and talk about some of the barriers to it as well. Firstly, I'll introduce our team here. We have on the end Associate Professor Yasmin Probst, Research Fellow, University of Wollongong. Then, sorry, I've got to... And next to her is Nicolette Murphy, and she's a person living with MS. Next to Nicolette, we have Viv Jones, who is Consumer and Community Involvement Managers for Menzies Institute of Medical Research. And beside me, I have Deb Langridge, Head Consumer and Community Involvement Program, West Australian Translation Network. That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful.
Round of applause for Chris.
Oh.
we go home now? No, I'm only joking.
Okay, I'm going to ask a number of questions and we'll start the conversation going. So firstly, maybe Viv, if you'd like to tell me what the difference is between consumer participation, engagement and involvement in research.
Well, thanks for that question, Chris. So the difference between participation, engagement and involvement, there is a difference, although those words can be used interchangeably, but when we think about participation, we're talking about participation in a clinical trial, participation in a study where researchers are actually doing something to you or collecting data from you. Engagement is something that we're all doing here today, where we're sitting in a room, you're listening to presentations from researchers or from community, and it's very much a one-way stream where you're engaged, but you're actually passive recipients, I suppose, of the information that is being spruiked to you. And involvement is that next level and is the level that we all really aim for. There are different levels of involvement, but it is really about researchers and community working in partnership, in equal partnership on research projects that produce meaningful, impactful results, just not for individuals, but also for society as a whole. All participation, engagement and involvement, they all have their place and they all are important, but we're really aiming for that pinnacle of really high level partnership and involvement.
Thank you, Viv. Any other comments from the...
I was going to say, I think most people in the room are fully aware of the ways that people can participate in research. Yes. But I think involvement in research, I come across all day, every day, people who have never known that because they either have a lived experience of a condition or a disease or care for somebody who does, they've never known that they could actually be involved in deciding what is researched, how it's researched, and then what it's done with it. And so I love being able to share that opportunity with people and to also encourage people with lived experience and carers and supporters for them to understand that they're an expert in the research process now, and we're seeing that more and more and more. So I love that, and it's a great opportunity to be promoting the opportunity of involvement, which is good.
It's nice to be involved.
It is, yes.
And it would be nice actually to involve some of you guys in this consumer panel today. That's just my little, I'm sorry, throwing a spanner in the works. Rather than you just sitting there and absorbing things that we're saying, I'd love to hear from you guys as well. And that's just my little throwing something in case we've got a spare microphone around.
Thank you, Yasmin. Okay, we'll go to the second question. What are the different ways consumers can be involved in research? Would you like to do that, Nicolette?
Yeah, I'll have a little go. It's nice to be involved because I don't work. I think that helps that I can trawl through emails and look at bulletins and look at all information available and see where I can get involved because I get involved. It's so nice that my voice is being listened to, and obviously the data that's made from what I'm saying, because I'm the expert-ish.
Yes.
No ish about it, you are. You are the expert on your
I love
own
that. I love
experience.
that I'm an expert in
Without
something.
a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. I like that my voice is being heard.
That's great. And Yasmin, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on which hat I'm wearing at the moment as well. From a researcher perspective, having the consumer involvement as part of the whole process, so not just leaving it to, the final outcome dissemination, but really starting from the beginning and working out what do we even need to look at here and how could we look at that? Who should we look at it? How will we look at it? What are the tools we're going to use? And really working together on that whole entire process. And then I guess with my consumer hat back on to an extent, I've always had this concept of, research karma. So as a researcher, we like to help each other out as well. And for me, as a person living with MS, I like to help other MS researchers as well. So volunteering for as many studies as I can and I'm eligible for is something that I personally try to do. And I think that involvement is two-way. So we learn from each other all the way along the path. as both researchers and as consumers, and I think it's really, really rewarding.
Thank you.
I think involvement can be, it's not one size fits all, and that's what I love about it, is that you, as someone with a lived experience, have so many options. It can be in that very beginning in terms of being part of a research priority mapping workshop where you're working with MS Australia or MSWA or whoever it might be to help them decide from your perspective as someone with lived experience, what do you think are the top 10 things that should be researched, so that information can then be used alongside clinicians' expertise and researchers' expertise to make a much more informed decision about how research dollars are spent. Then there's the other bits and pieces in terms of informing grant applications and the ideation. So we've got an idea about what to research, but then how do we actually tweak that? A researcher's initial ideas, how can people with lived experience help to work to refine that and make it the best that it can be? And then there's all manner of other bits and pieces in terms of reviewing documents, reviewing grants, plain language summaries, all sorts of bits and pieces that can be done online, in a couple of hours if you're choosing to put your hand up. The other thing that we're seeing more and more of nationally across the research sector are people with lived experience putting their hands up to be on grant review panels and assessment committees, which is thankfully becoming something that is becoming a part of the new normal of how grants are actually reviewed and who gets the money. So, and there's training for all of those components and ways to be involved. So you don't have to not know how to do it. There's lots of ways to understand.
There's lots of benefits for the researchers as well as the consumers?
Absolutely. And it's fantastic to see consumers, start not even recognising that they're an expert and then work all the way through to then kind of going, actually, I need to consult my calendar because I don't know that I'm on this and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. That it becomes an amazing opportunity for them to really help drive their own ways in which they can choose to be involved and to fit the skill set that you have, which is fantastic. You may be great in a group of people, so a consumer advisory group may be brilliant for you. Or you may be one of those amazing people who can look at attention to detail. And so looking at documents and grant reviewing and those kinds of things, that's brilliant because that's your individual skill set.
Yeah, I was going to say that because in a group situation, someone's symptoms might be so different from the next person, and I wouldn't think of something that someone else might be in the forefront of their symptoms. Fatigue, for example, is in a group situation, it's fantastic to get all the feedback.
Absolutely.
So, any thoughts from anyone out in the audience? No comments?
Anyone been involved in some research? A few hands showing. Anyone like to share their experience?
I've been involved in some spin research at ECU, and I found that very valuable. Also helped to build a relationship with the researchers, and that's awesome. And then I was involved in the HSCT trial in Sydney, so that's an ongoing, yearly catch-up. And then building relationships with those researchers over there was amazing, and it gives you, when you can't work or you can't fully participate in what you used to be able to, it gives you a nice purpose, and you feel like you're contributing to research for something that's personal to you, and it's very valuable.
Very true. Very true. Okay. Any other thoughts? No, nobody else?
Maybe we could ask Mr. Andrew Potter sitting down at the back of the room to maybe
Give that man a microphone.
Because I can, just to share a little bit of your experience about being involved in research. That'd be great, Andrew.
I'm glad. Thank you, Vivian. It's nice to be able to, and I've used this phrase a lot, I suppose, over the years. I'm an old person in the MS world, having lived with it for nearly 35 years. It's nice to be able to give back and contribute. And because I've been in good places with my MS, I've been in challenging places, but I'm okay. I'm overt and transparent, I'm okay to share whatever. And I think sometimes for people that are newly diagnosed or if it's challenging, it's really hard to get on the road to contribute. And I'm happy to do it. And if it makes it easier for the next generation, why would I not? You know, so.
Very true. Very true. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, next question. What are some of the barriers for consumers to become involved in research? And there's a number of these. I don't know who would like to start. Yasmin? Oh, no, Nicolette.
Okay.
Yeah.
Barriers would be not being able to attend with regards to transport, with regards to technology. Possibly you need assistance to get there, and that's a shame because this is the biggest one I've been to, and we made it smooth to get here because we were determined, but not everybody has help, not everybody.
No.
So that's a shame. Technology falling by the wayside if you can't get on a Zoom call. But my research has been smooth sailing. I attend at Sir Charles Gardner in Perth. I can get there. Parking can be an issue, but
not allowed to mention that word.
No, okay. Yeah, that's just a shame that comes into it.
Yeah. Sounds like you really face the challenges, though. Conquer the challenges.
Yes.
That's great.
I try my best.
That's great.
Thanks.
Yasmin, did you have something?
I think another barrier that we've come across and I've potentially seen across these 3 days is the language that we use as well, and making sure that language really makes sense to the person that we're delivering it to. So not assuming any background knowledge, not assuming that people in the room are experts in a particular area of science, for example, or health or whatever it might be, but making sure that you actually work with those people who are receiving the information or due to receive the information to find out what do they want to hear and how do they want to hear it. And it may be that your assumptions are very different from their assumptions, and coming to that common place, I think, is really quite important, so we reduce the barriers a little bit more.
And when that happens well, the partnership and the collaboration is even sweeter, isn't it? You know, that coming together and value and respect, because really any kind of involvement, whatever it looks like, is about relationship. And that's the key of it. And not only then, I think we saw that yesterday with Nick and Anna, best friends, how's your garden going kind of thing. So, you can add to your Christmas card list and all of those kinds of things, but just that respect and trust, when that's done well and when it's built well and invested, then everybody benefits. And the researchers, Anne mentioned this morning about, building your skill set but being fearful to begin with. I see that with researchers and consumers, where consumers say, oh no, I don't know how I'm going to help. Actually, just wait 5 minutes and let's see, because you'll live and breathe it, and the confidence that comes both ways, I think, is really good.
I think I understand what you're saying, but from my perspective, like our barriers, when we started consumers at the Menzies Centre, were not conquered, but they were supported by a manager.
Absolutely.
Who facilitated the conversation between the researchers and the consumers. And in the beginning it was quite tricky, but by the end, as Deb was just saying, we're like friends, everybody's friends now, and it's just wonderful. So it's just trying to overcome those barriers.
And I think, Yasmin, as well, in terms of language, there needs to be a commitment from both people with lived experience and the research sector in institutions to actually invest in building knowledge and skills. And so where there is encouragement for people to get involved in research, there also needs to be a parallel for training and opportunities, not just in person, but online and or written form. And there are loads of ways for people to be able to build their skills so that confidence is built at the same time.
I agree.
Yeah. And it's definitely a privilege to be involved and listen to that professional people and scientific people are actually listening and getting you involved, really.
Thank you. Okay, and our last question, and this is something that a lot of people ask, how do consumers learn about and access opportunities to be involved in research? And I think we've heard a lot of things over the last 3 days, which has been great. But anybody want to talk to that, speak to that?
This will sound like I'm spruiking, and I'm not,
Much.
But the Consumer and Community Involvement Program that I have the privilege of leading as part of the WA Health Translation Network, we have over 7,000 members of people with lived experience, and so if you sign up to our e-newsletter, and there is no spamming involved, it's all quality emails. Involvement opportunities come out every 2 weeks, not just for WA, nationally as well. So we support opportunities where other researchers are wanting to not recruit, but to involve people in their lived experience. So there are platforms out there, but nowhere near as many as there should be, because this should be something that we're inundated with, via social media. Things did change and have changed because of COVID. I think COVID was the first time where an entire population, regardless of who you were and what you did, the first thing that everybody did when we heard about this thing called COVID was Google what is it and how do we treat it, and so research came to the forefront. We saw an incredible rise in the number of people wanting to be connected to research during those 2 years or so. Now it's about making the most of that and sharing the opportunities, but also then sharing the stories alongside to say this is what it looks like and this is why this is how you can get involved and what it should look like. So that is one opportunity to be able to do that, but most charitable not-for-profits should have, if they don't, an opportunity where there is a portal not just about participation in research, but also how to get involved and where there are opportunities. And health consumers councils, absolutely, across the country, do lots of that as well.
Yes.
I'd say for MSWA, the communication over all the platforms are second to none. So much out there, so much information, so much support. So as a consumer, it's been the information's to hand.
And that's where it's good. Sign up for the email because you know it's going to bring something good.
Yeah.
And sorry, Jen.
I was going to say, and even if you're keen to just participate and maybe it's your stepping stone toward being a bit more involved. Even MS Australia have got a lovely platform. They call it the Clinical Trials Network. It's not as scary as it sounds. It's not just all about clinical trials. There's lots of research that's actually promoted through that network. So lots of opportunities. And I know we as researchers use that quite a lot when we're trying to recruit for our studies. So if that's the level of comfort that you're at, that's a starting point, and you can become more and more involved. And it's really, really valuable for us as researchers in particular.
Thank you. Okay, that's all of the questions. Does anybody have any questions for the panel at all?
Do you have any advice as a researcher on how to facilitate these conversations and to guide these conversations without kind of swaying what's being discussed and letting the consumer take the lead in the conversation?
You start.
Okay, I can start that one. I think just be open and honest. I mean, we're all human, so just start the conversation, and things tend to flow from there. So I know that there's, earlier in the days, there were people pussyfooting around asking me any questions about me and my experience of living with MS. That was whether I was wearing my research, my dietitian, whichever hat I'm wearing. It's not like we're trying to hide anything, and if someone doesn't want to share, they will say they don't want to share. But I think just having that collaborative approach and being open to that you share something with them and it's reciprocal, that tends to work quite nicely. It doesn't need to be a scary space, I don't think. I think just like you chat with your friends, you can chat with consumers the same way. It doesn't need to be overly formal or structured. It can be over a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, whatever your preference is. It can start from little things and it will grow from there. That's what we've found, in the beginning of our journey. We're definitely not experts in the space by any means, but little by little we're learning along the way, and we learn from each other the whole way along, and that's really where we're moving to.
I think I was going to say, I just talking to a few of our researchers, I think one of the most important things is to just make a start, is to not be scared to take those first steps, because there's a huge amount of respect from consumers to researchers, but equally as much the other way. And I think both are in awe of each other, and it's like, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. But if someone's got to take that first step...
I'll go first.
Yeah, and just start. And really it can create that flywheel effect, because you see the success of a really genuine consumer research partnership, and it gets results. It gives a return on investment, and other people look at those models and they want a bit of the action as well. So I'd encourage all of you in the room, just make that first step, make that first approach, and you'll be surprised what wonder will come from it.
I think the other option that contributes to that successful relationship is where both the consumer and the researcher understand what their roles are, because it's usually confusion that leads to things just not a lack of clarity, I suppose. So for the researcher to understand and be able to share what they're hoping the person with lived experience can bring to the team or can bring to the conversation, that's really important. And the same for the consumer to understand what their role is, but also what it isn't. So that as I mentioned yesterday, that there are, thank goodness, we've moved past researchers needing post-traumatic stress support where they've had an experience where that hasn't been ideal with someone with lived experience early on, years ago now, where it was more about the telling and really passionate people wanting to get their point across. And we've moved from that, and that's a good thing. But it's clarification of the roles, I think, is really important. The other thing that we're seeing more and more of is co-chairing. So we're, especially in a consumer advisory group setting, so not a one-to-one, but a consumer advisory group setting where it's not just the researcher that is the chair and the lead, but there is a co-chairing where you've got a person with lived experience who has the skills and the capacity to be able to chair a group of people. There's no issue about power, there's no issue about decision-making processes, everyone's on the same page, but it's done in collaboration, and that's a really important thing, but it also creates a safe space, and I think safe spaces and clarity are two really important things in any kind of relationship, but more so this conversation where people are coming together for the first time, just understanding, especially for consumers, they don't have to become a lab researcher overnight. That's not their job to understand what agar plates the research is meant to be used. That's not their job. So to understand that, you don't need to have to know about doing that. You don't have to sit there and Google every term. It's actually about what you bring and what your expertise is, and that understanding across the board. I think that comes out in then as the relationship develops.
Thank you, Dave. At Menzies in Hobart, our consumer group has been going for 4 years now, I think. And initially it was very disjointed, if that's the wrong word, but it was difficult. It was hard for everybody. But now we have, for the last 2 years, we've had a strategy day where the scientific advisory committee and the leadership team and the consumers, we all go to the one day and spend it there looking at what's going to happen in the next 12 months.
And look what happens. You get someone who chairs a panel at MS Australia's research conference. Chris, isn't that amazing?
Thank you.
I think it is. I think it's brilliant. Absolutely.
Thank you, Deb. But anyway, it's just have a go, basically, just have a go. Okay, I think, any other questions? No? One more?
So the Consumer and Community Involvement Program, which is part of the WA Health Translation Network. Lots of words in there. CCI program with the WAHTN. Don't you love an acronym or two? Which is, so we kind of work across the board in doing lots of work to support, regardless of the topic or area of research, basically. Connect. We're the connectors. We're the bringers together of people with lived experience and research institutions and funders.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'd just like to thank Yasmin, Nicolette, Viv, Deb, and thank you.
And you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlene Brown, and I am a director with MS Australia, also with MS Plus and a number of other committees which keep me very, very busy. I'm really pleased this afternoon to bring this panel to you. It's going to be a positive change through lived experience advocating for a better NDIS and beyond. And I must first open up by acknowledging the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, traditional owners of and custodians of the land in which we are gathering today, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. Today's panel discussion will focus on the work undertaken by MS Australia to advocate for a better NDIS. We will talk about why it's important to incorporate the lived experience, so following on from our panel just prior, into our campaign work and centre our advocacy work around people living with MS. I'm going to start off first by introducing our panel members. And one of my personal celebrities here is Kelly Engelhardt. Put your hand up, Kelly. Kelly was diagnosed with MS in July 2001 and has been receiving NDIS services for approximately 5 years. She was also a bit of a celebrity with MSA. She was the lived experience public face of the MS Australia NDIS campaign, and she's today's celebrity and rock star. Thank you, Kelly, for coming. The first time I saw Kelly was at the Canberra airport on this huge poster. I was so impressed, and she's even better in real life. She's great. Second rock star moment is obviously Professor Jeanette Lechner-Scott. She's a senior staff specialist and clinician scientist at the John Hunter Hospital and a conjoint professor at the University of Newcastle, and works with a broad range of clients living with MS. Thank you, Jeanette. Jeremy Henderson, right at the end, leads the advocacy team at MS Australia and oversaw the development and release of the MS Australia NDIS campaign, A Better NDIS for People Living with MS. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Katie Snell, second in charge, I think, or could be equal in charge. Take that offline. National Policy Manager at MS Australia and oversees the policy submissions and engagements that MS Australia undertakes in relation to the NDIS. Thank you, Katie. And last but certainly not least, everybody knows Andrew Potter, who's our MS Australia ambassador. He's been one of our extraordinary ambassadors for in excess of the time I've been involved with any MS institution, so it must be at least 15 years. I'm thinking, long time, an all-round great bloke. Thank you so much for agreeing to be on this panel, Andrew. Okay, I'm just going to start off with a few questions, and again, we're going to hopefully throw to the audience with this, because this is really a topic that those who access or have tried to access or wanting to access NDIS are really passionate about. Okay, Jeanette, you've got a lot of experience working with clients with MS. Why is it important, do you think, for clients with MS to have an NDIS that understands and meets the needs of them?
Essential. When we're talking about lifestyle changes, socioeconomic impact in the first session, I've seen marvellous changes with good physiotherapy, exercise physiologists, or even just social support to take people out with the wheelchair and get them on a plane to come to conferences and other things, because you're not able to do it alone. It has an extreme impact if you get a good package that serves your needs and gets you involved with the society, the community, and mobile again.
Yeah, and how early? When should you wait to actually start accessing them?
Lovely topic.
Mm.
So I was really quite impressed when they first announced the NDIS, and Newcastle was actually an area where a trial area and was first rolled out, and we have published, I thought it was something that was more accessible for the Australian market, so we published that in MJA, looking at over 200 patients that had access to NDIS, and I was shocked to see how many got rejected, and shocked to see what the wide array is of packages that you get. There was a correlation with the usual EDSS and disability score, but there was no correlation to the invisible signs.
So is that a lack of understanding of those who are actually, accepting these submissions? And what could we rely on?
Absolutely. So what they still sort of come back with is that you need to have a walking stick, that your fatigue is impairing your ability to work, that your depression, your anxiety is making your life looking after your child difficult. That is not accepted. Yeah. So we looked at these components and looked at this impacts your success for NDIS, and it doesn't. And cognitive impairment especially, so that's published as well.
Because it's really hard for someone to see someone else's anxiety or depression on their sleeve, isn't it? Yeah. So it's one of those invisible aspects of MS, unfortunately.
And it is very difficult to, you all know it, to pay for all the support that you need on an ongoing basis, even if you're in the working environment. And you don't need to be living on a disability pension already.
Yeah.
And that is where it's shifted. It was meant to be to maintain your function, to maintain you in your workforce and help you to do so. So help with the housework so that you can go out and earn $1 and help your self-esteem by doing so. Yeah. So it has a bit shifted there that they don't accept that, and walking aid is now, the barrier that you need to jump through. And I hope the review that is coming out is revisiting that.
Oh, well, speaking of that, why did the NDIS review represent such an important opportunity for us, Jeremy?
So I think our chair, Des Graham, has said probably on a number of occasions just during this conference itself that there is nothing more important for MS Australia than to be sort of seizing this moment in time and attempt to influence the NDIS review as much as we can to ensure that the community we serve, people living with MS, are getting the services that they require. MS Australia has always actively advocated around the better service provision from the NDIS over the last decade. So I think we've put in that time over 20 submissions to government. But this time we wanted to do something a little bit different and to make sure that our advocacy had an even greater impact. One of the big challenges, I should say, we're both excited and disappointed in equal measure perhaps. We were hopeful that the review recommendations would be handed down before this conference. I think ultimately, in terms of what success looks like with our campaign, ultimately it looks like affecting positive change for people living with MS, and until that time we won't know whether our campaign's been successful. But we're excited because the recommendations will be released this following week. So Tuesday and Wednesday, National Cabinet will be meeting, and Bill Shorten will be releasing the recommendations on the Thursday. So we
live in hope. Yeah, live in hope that maybe by Thursday we'll know something. Yeah.
So what we did with our campaign, in short, was to try and make our work a lot more visible. The problem with advocacy work is, the wheels of government turn very, very slowly, and sometimes it's hard to see progress. A lot of advocacy work takes place behind closed doors in meetings that are confidential. And so we wanted to bring our campaign into the public, and we wanted the community we serve to see what we were doing. Our campaign is a better NDIS for people living with MS, so it's a campaign that says exactly what it is on the side of the tin. But we wanted to distill sometimes quite complex policy work into really simple and effective messaging, not just for the general public, not just for the MS community, but also for decision makers. and to try and have that impact. And Charlene, you spoke about our national billboard campaign. We had a campaign ahead of the handing down of the budget, and that was deliberately targeting parliamentarians as they flew into Canberra. Canberra is blessed as one of the capital cities that has laws sort of outlawing billboards, but there is very few billboards in the ACT, and a couple of those actually happen to be outside the airport. So we made it virtually impossible for politicians to not see the campaign as they arrived in Canberra, and to see
well played, Jeremy. Well played.
Lovely Kelly.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, and that's where I first saw Kelly's face. So I guess going to Kelly now, how did it feel to be approached to do this campaign for MS Australia?
Firstly, it was an honour, I have to say, to be asked to represent everybody. I was one face amongst a bigger issue, and for all of you here with NDIS, I'm sure we've all had moments where we go, oh my goodness, please understand what I am, what I need, what MS is, for starters. So to be asked, I went, you know what, if this can help everyone with MS in terms of what we need, and just get people to listen and say, you know what, we need to be heard. We're not asking for things for the sake of it. And as has been mentioned, we want to get out and work. I had to give up my teaching career because of MS, and I accepted that. But I wanted to do something else. But there's no way I could do that something else, whatever that was going to be, and do the housework. And I have 2 children. And do all of that. We just want to have as normal life as we can with MS and do as many things we can, still have fun, still contribute. And that was the biggest thing to me too. You know, when I had to stop teaching, I used to say to my husband a lot, I'm like, I don't contribute. And he said, well, no, you do. You know, you do stuff around the house, you get the kids organised, and you shouldn't tie it to the money side of things. But it was like, I want to contribute financially as well. I want to know that, you know, even if it's $50 going into the bank, that we've helped in that way, because I, for one, and I'm not sure how many people in here, feel MS is a bit of a burden on your family, and you feel like that, and my husband never treats me that way. So I was more than happy to be, as you say, the pin-up girl, you know. It's the only time I've been a pin-up girl anywhere. And to see I never actually got to see it in person, but I got to see the photo. I was like, oh my goodness, if the politicians did not see my face, I don't know what they were doing. They were closing their eyes. So I was very excited to be part of this campaign because I knew it was needed. And the fact that MS Australia saw the need for this, wanted this reforms review to be done, I was very honoured and very privileged to be asked to do it. So I'm very excited to see what the review brings.
Oh, you're fabulous. And I think we should feel very privileged to have you actually as the face of it. So I really do appreciate that, Kelly. And I know it's not easy leaving 2 kids and a husband to come here either to Perth to do this, but hopefully you've enjoyed some of it.
It's been wonderful. I mean, my children are nearly 16 and they're 10. And, you know, I organised my husband before I left. You know, I wrote
we all do that, Kelly. We all do that.
Everything was done before I left. But it's nice to come, and it's nice to be in a room where people get you. You know, you go to some places and MS, and you know, one place I worked at first, and I won't go off the topic too much, you know, I had to see a specialist, and they're like, oh, her scoliosis must be really bad if she needs a specialist. And I'm like, oh dear, she heard none of it. So to be a place where people have it and understand it, and the people that work with MS Australia understand it is absolutely wonderful to be here.
Brilliant. So Katie, how do you go about incorporating the lived experience into MS Australia?
We do that through...
Nope.
It's on? Sorry. So there's a couple of ways we do that. First, through our National Advocates Program, and the wonderful Andrew manages our advocates team, and they do our sort of outward-facing advocacy, so that might be going and talking to politicians, doing interviews for us, that sort of stuff. And we recently just launched, some of you might have heard, our LEAP, so our Lived Experience Expert Panel. So we went out for that in June. We got lots of applications, and we now have this amazing panel of 22 people who live with MS. And so we got like a really broad range of people. So we have carers, we have people who live in rural and regional areas, we have people from CALD communities, from the LGBTQI plus community, we have single mums, we have people in like a whole range of careers, like people who've worked in government, policing, nursing, allied health, like incredible. And so what we do with those guys is when we do write policy submissions, so they're not so dry, we find it really great to put things like case studies and really real world examples that the bureaucrats at the other end can actually relate to. So we can go out to that lived experience panel and we can say, so for example, at the moment we're running a submission on the aviation industry, so we can go out and say, like, what's really happening when you go out and catch a plane and travel through airports, and they can give us that, and we can give actual case studies. And so it makes a real difference to what we're doing. We're not just sort of guessing what the problem might be. So we actually know what the real issues are, so it's making a big difference.
Yeah. Now, Jeanette, you and I spoke about the NDIS yesterday or the day before. We've been speaking probably on and off about this, and I wanted to know, what would be your fervent hope that will come out of the review for your patients?
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday as well. I think we need to make sure that the assessors are knowledgeable about MS, that they have neurological idea. You know, that it's not all visible, that the brain is controlling everything, and if you have lesions in the brain, there will be deficits somewhere. Yeah. I would like to see that patients don't have to fear of review every year or every 2 years. Not being asked, so are you cured now? Yeah. So we know, and I have to always justify and write reports that it's a progressive disease. We need to be flexible in these plans. We need to adjust to the new deficits, but it's unlikely that you're going to not need the support anymore. That it's highly unlikely, and to have to, I know extreme anxiety in my patients when this review comes up. Yeah, I have a quadriplegic patient that lives alone, independent, and she can do because of fantastic NDIS support. And then the review came up and they didn't have, and they threatened, we're not going to send a carer out tomorrow morning. How can you do that? So this
how can you
needs
cope?
to stop. So that's what I'm hoping.
Brilliant.
And access should be easier. There should be a template, and you don't need to spend, some of my patients need to spend thousands of dollars to get an OT report and physio report. It should be sufficient if we're in the clinic and we have scores for everything, and these scores are, they should be sufficient. That is, we do it every 6 months. That should be sufficient. You don't need a 6-page OT report that you pay up front. Yeah, it should be sufficient.
Yeah. Are we allowed to go to the audience and see if anyone would like to ask Jeanette some questions while we've got her here? She's a captive audience for a bit longer. Over here, yeah. Thank you.
Given the wide range of disabilities that are out there, how do you think the NDIS will be able to educate their staff on the wide range of disabilities, but also the fact that MS is so individualised? It seems that, one person will get approved for something and you might be exactly the same situation and then you get knocked back for the same thing. Or in my instance, they approved an e-bike and then approved a trailer for the e-bike to go on, not a trailer, like a bike thing that was low to the ground, so I put the bike on and go out riding, but then knocked back a tow ball for the car to use this carrier. So there seems to be a lack of logic with the NDIS, and it makes it very frustrating, and so you do get very anxious when it comes to review time. And my biggest fear is that I've got my plan, I'm using it. Obviously, COVID, that was a bit of a pain. I had to justify why I didn't use my plan during COVID.
Goodness me.
That's not stupid, everyone knows why you couldn't. But they seem to think that, you must be being lazy or rotting the system. But now I've forgot what I was going with.
It's okay.
So you were asking if how we can expect them to be more knowledgeable, but that is common sense.
Can I jump in? So number one, we have a 6-point plan as part of our campaign, and the number one, the key sort of call to action is for better understanding of MS and better training. And one of the sort of central planks of our campaign is a call for the establishment of an advisory panel. So this would be a neurological advisory panel. So MS Australia is part of the Neurological Alliance Australia, and the strength of being a part of that
Just
alliance.
explain what that is, the NAA. Can you tell us what that is? Yeah.
So it's an alliance. It's made up of over 20 organisations in the neurological space, and collectively it gives us the strength. It means that instead of just representing the 33,000 plus people living in Australia with MS, we're now representing a cohort of 1.4 million or even greater in Australia. So it gives us much greater clout in terms of getting access to politicians and arguing our case. It gives us the weight of numbers, essentially. And we've worked really, really closely with the National Disability Insurance Agency, so the NDIA, the agency that's responsible for the NDIS. And in line with the review that's currently taking place, we've had many discussions with them about the establishment of this neurological advisory panel. And rather than being a conduit to just push complaints up the line, we're talking about joining with the NDIA in a partnership to ensure that they have much greater understanding and a clinical understanding of these neurological conditions. So it's a big job for the NDIA rather, and a lot of people within the NDIA to have a full and complete understanding of the vast range of neurological conditions. It's an enormous task, and the Neurological Advisory Panel, if it gets established, would go a long way to addressing that.
Can I just add, the other things that we would say is the NDIA should hire more people with disability. They should do more training around, general training around disability rights, and those sorts of issues, because I think there's a bit of a belief that people don't deserve to live full lives. We would also say that they should move away from individualised decision making. So I think you've probably all experienced that it just depends on who your local area coordinator is as to whether you get something. So that shouldn't be happening. There should be a much more structured and organised decision making process. And we would also say that they should have a comprehensive library of resources on all the disabilities. So if you were going out to do an assessment and you knew someone had MS, you could access that library, you could look at the information on MS, and you could turn up knowing what it is, because we can't expect that everybody would know every disability, but we think there's some really basic things that they could put in place to improve that sort of understanding.
It's funny that you mentioned LACs, because I have no idea who my LAC is, and I do know I've been through at least 4, and they change continuously because, I don't know, they blame it on workload, because I assume it's huge. And my other question was, who's actually on the panel of advisories? So is it doctors, politicians, anyone with lived experience for their NDIS?
The review panel?
Yeah.
So there are people with disability on the review panel, and the people leading it, one of them is the actual architects of the original NDIS. So I think we feel pretty confident that not only do they have lived experience, but they did speak to a lot of people. They did take a lot of submissions. I think we feel pretty confident about that.
There's also a huge fear that you get your NDIS plan, and when it comes to review, you literally can have panic attacks because you're terrified they're going to reduce your money, which you've relied upon for your support workers. Like, what happens when that happens?
I can answer some of that.
Yeah, go Andrew. Yeah.
I had a really shitty lack when I first started with my plan, so I asked for another one. They said, you can't do that, and I said, I just did. So I waited. He said to me, oh, hello Andrew, how are you? I said, oh, well, thanks. First mistake of mine.
What were you thinking?
It's gone, right? You got that magic pill.
You know not what you say. He then said, so tell me about your disease. And I said, well, I haven't had any exacerbations in the last 12 months. The first plan was for 12 months. And he then said, oh, so you're right then, so you don't really need a plan. And I said, let me start by when I opened my eyes in the morning. 40 minutes later, I said, oh, well, if you can put that in writing, I'll submit that as part of your plan. So what did I do? I wrote it, sent it to him, CC'd it to the minister, and 4 weeks later my plan came back, and the only thing that changed was the date. This is 4 years ago. I then had my next plan review a year later, same thing, same LAC that I had replaced, came back, so I asked for another one. And they must have blackmarked the file because they gave me a new one. She was excellent. And then I had that plan for 2 years, and it's just been up for review in September. And I don't know why, maybe it's because of what's happening at the moment, but in my community where I live in regional Tasmania, every single person I know in peer support, probably about 50, have all had their plans that are due for review or renewal just rolled over. So I think there's going to be some positive, you would have to say, I think there's going to be some change to a positive frame, whether or not plans are going to be longer or they'll be less intrusive, less damaged, who knows? We'll just wait and see.
We would also say there should be a person-centred approach. So rather than the review of your plan being triggered by a date that the NDIA determined, so it's 12 months, every individual knows what they need and whether they need more or not. So it should be triggered by, if you just are fine continuing with the services you have, it just keeps going until at such point as you go to the NDIA and say, oh, actually I need more, and then that triggers an assessment. Like, we should be trusting people with disability to make their own decisions about what they need and move to that person-centred approach. So we've been advocating for that as well. It shouldn't be a timed thing, because it could be you get a plan and 6 months down the track you actually need more. But
it could go back again, couldn't it? Yeah. And I was just thinking of Jeanette, over 1,000 patients, haven't you, I think, in your care, and all the work that you do to try and get these things through. And one would think that as the expert in the area, you would be able to give an indication as to when a plan should be updated or not. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be happening. And let's hope that the review comes through. Sorry, yes, you have a question.
Yeah, can I ask you specifically? I am...
You're not lack of it.
No.
No. I'll answer your question. Sorry to the lax of it happened with you.
No. I don't have a plan. I have a son with autism who does have a plan. I mean, he was diagnosed at 2.5. I've never seen an LAC. We don't have one. We've done it all ourselves. I want to get a plan for myself. What is the best way to go about that? I'm quite terrified about it because, I mean, doing it for my son was one thing, because that being a mother, it's just it's a different thing. But getting it for me is a whole new scary landscape. I wouldn't even know where to start, which sounds ridiculous because I've got one for my son. But for me,
local?
I am.
Well, you live in the best state, because Western Australia this week has been the most productive and the most brilliant state of all states in the nation.
That's
and I reckon MSWA would, I know they have a series of staff that they can use to assist you through the process. The simplest thing to do is make a phone call.
Yeah, to MSWA.
Be almost anonymous. You make a phone call and say, I'd like to register to become a participant, and they'll give you a number. It's like your tax lotto number. Once you've got a number, you're in. If you're under 65, and hypothetically, if you register the day before you turn 65, you're in anyway, whether it's been approved or not. You just need to get a number, and then you start the journey. To assist you through the journey, there would be a series of staff that MSWA would have that can help you with that process. Get them to do the work for you. They're your service provider. You need lots of different reports. Don't pay for anything. Get MSWA, and if you look where I live, I get MS Plus to do it for me. I did. You shouldn't have to pay for reports. Some people have to in some parts of the country. I haven't paid for any reports.
Well done, Andrew. Advice from Andrew Potter. I love this. He's got a little booth out there. This is great. Yeah. This is great.
I don't want to pay for any more for it. Get whatever support you can from MSWA to provide you with support to go through the process. The key, I think, is to have good reports so you baffle the NDIA and the NDIS with all your information, so they get so totally confused, and I'm being facetious,
I
they
can
go,
do
this
that.
is all too hard, give the person a plan.
That's
and
great.
If it's too much, or if it's not enough, ask for a review, and then start the process again. It's challenging and it's emotionally really hard, but once you get one plan,
you're in the system. Yeah, that's brilliant.
You can work on that. If you don't have a plan, you've got nothing to work with, but as soon as you've got one, it certainly gives you capacity and some hope. And it makes such a difference.
Great. I've got another question over here too, please. Thank you.
My
relates to your question actually. You're talking all about LACs, but there are people...
That's local area coordination, yep.
Yeah, but there are MSWA, MS Plus, all our federated organisations have support coordinators, either Andrew or even Kelly. Can you explain, and I think you just did, it was basically ring MSWA, ask for a support coordinator to be, and from there on they'll help you. Can you explain the difference and what, because I'm sure there are people in this room that have support coordination in their plans. Can you explain the difference between a LAC and a support coordinator and how that would help your plan?
I don't have a support coordinator. I just have a LAC. So like they said, I've got through many over the years. But I've never needed a support coordinator because up until this year, I went fairly well. But have you got a support coordinator? Oh, you do?
I live in the bush in the regional centre in Tasmania. I have both a LAC and a support coordinator. Support coordinator works for MS Plus, given it's Tasmania. That's the person I liaise with that supports me in navigating my way through the plan. The approval process of my plan comes from the LAC. So you need to be well equipped to confuse your LAC if you can, because they are the personality that sends it through to the ether somewhere in Australia for approval.
Great.
So you just need to get the information support from your support coordinator, then it goes to your LAC for approval, and then if you need a review, still use your support coordinator. If you don't have one, like you don't have one, just use your LAC, because it's different in different states. When I first had a plan, I thought, I manage my finance. I don't want to be managed by a new system, the NDIS. My plan came back and said, no, we're managing it. Here's the funding to manage it.
Okay.
It was a bloody good thing, to be quite honest, because now I don't have to pay accountants, because they do it for me. And my plan includes the trivial amount of money in it to do it. So as I age, I won't have to think about
That's great.
paying accounts.
Yeah. And all that information is available, especially if you're in this state from MSWA, isn't it? Or MS Plus or MS Queensland or Adelaide SANT. We've got time for one more question. This lady over here.
What I found really frustrating is that, so I'm self-managed and I've just gone up for a new plan, and everything has come back as being self-managed except for my support coordinator, which has to be done through, I'm not sure who, but only that part of it is not self-managed.
Interesting. Yeah.
And they said you cannot have a support, if you're self-managed, you cannot self-manage your support coordinator. Lots of other people do.
Yeah.
And what's frustrating to me is that why am I different? You can have something different. You can
These are some of the gaps. We hope the review will actually bring to the surface to actually assist. But with that situation, that sounds just downright frustrating.
One of the things we've advocated for, and I'm sure if there's anyone from MSWA here, they'll back me, is we find most people, so in your plan you'll get funded for a certain number of hours of support coordination, but that doesn't actually match the number of hours of support coordination you need, and the number of hours that, for example, MSWA would put into each client. So there's an awful lot of unfunded hours being delivered by places like MSWA at the moment. So we have been advocating to say that people should be funded for the hours of support coordination that they actually need, and that they should consider, when you're looking at disabilities like MS, that people might need more support in that area, and it might fluctuate. You might have 1 month where you're quite fine managing your plan, and the next month you need more. So it shouldn't sort of just be this stagnant number. It should be something you could fluctuate
That's correct,
with a bit as well. So that's one of the things we advocated for.
Thank you. And I think, look, it's a really good question. And again, I would personally ask you to go and speak to MSWA if you're a local, just to get that information. They will help guide you through that process, and also listen to the frustrations and probably add it to the rest that they've got. And let's hope that if this review does get handed down on Thursday, did you say, I think, that we get some relief, or there's some more maybe logic towards the way that the NDIA manages the NDIS plan. So I guess it's a matter of watch this space. But look, we need to wind up. I'm already over. This machine keeps telling me I'm over time. But I just wanted to say a huge thank you to every single person here on this panel. It's not easy coming to the other side of the country and to stand up in front of people and talk about this, and especially to Kelly and then also Jeanette too, who are also taking a lot of time out of their personal personal days and practice. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of the conference. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to the last session of the day. We're going to do a little role play for you. At MSWA, we work in a multidisciplinary environment with a community-based group of professionals. To represent our departments, we have some of them here, and our talented teams from today are Lee is our wonderful employment services manager. He works to assist our clients with their careers and employment issues. Ra, one of our occupational therapists with expertise in cognition, sleep, fatigue management and falls prevention. Our senior neurological liaison nurse, Dee, who is also our MS and continence specialist. And Lauren, our wound care specialist. Misty, our senior dietitian with expertise in diet management with neurological conditions. Marga is one of our senior physiotherapists and is a pelvic health specialist, and she's from an experienced team with expertise in respiratory management and neurological disorder management. Thanks for being here, everyone. Now we present the role play of a newly diagnosed client. To be diagnosed with MS is a long process of about 2 years due to the diagnosis criteria required. When a newly diagnosed client meets with us for the first time, they can have many symptoms caused by their MS, and this can be very overwhelming for them. Let's see if we can help one such person. Hi, my name is Tracy. I'm 35 years old. Yes, I am. A single mum of 2 young daughters, and I've been newly diagnosed with MS. I fall a lot. My right leg just goes from under me, and now I have a wound on my elbow because of them. I'm weak on my right side with foot drop. I'm fatigued, and it's difficult to find words when I'm tired. My thoughts can be foggy. I'm really tired and I'm losing weight because I'm too tired to even think about cooking. I'm starting on immunotherapy soon. What does this even mean? My friends say my anxiety levels have risen, and I'm not going out much as I need to pee a lot. Last week, I met a MSWA clinic nurse at the neuro outpatient clinic, and she said that MSWA could help me to keep working part-time. I really need to keep working. But how can I with so much going on?
Oh, nice to meet you, Tracy.
Hi, Lee.
Hi. I'll give you a little bit of a background about what we do. And I think Andrew mentioned this earlier, but it is sometimes a bit of a leap, I think, particularly when you're newly diagnosed, to actually present and say, I'm struggling and I need help, and it is a bit of a leap. So, congratulations, I think, on reaching out, because I think we can all provide a fair bit of support to help you. But just to give you a bit of a background about our program and what we do. So, MSWA has a specialist employment support service where we can support clients in the community like yourself to help them maintain their employment and maintain their work. It's great because it's a free service and you can access it as a newly diagnosed participant, which is fantastic. In terms of, I guess, your work, probably the first question I would have is, what actually do you do? What is your job?
I work in a marketing environment. I've got lots of pressure going on around me. It's fast-paced, and I'm really, really scared about being in that environment because it's such a small environment.
Sure. And in terms of your hours, you said you worked part-time. Do you have, is it 3 days a week, 4 days a week?
Yeah, I'm trying for 3 days. It's been really difficult to get to work and to do the 3 days once I'm there. I'm really struggling with 3 days.
Sure, yep, and that's not unexpected. In terms of the sorts of things that our clients often look at, in terms of adjustments within a workplace, they may consider changing days around. So, for example, if you've done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe you can split those days to help a little bit with your fatigue. But in terms of your work as well, have you actually disclosed your condition to your employer? Are they aware of your MS?
Oh no, I haven't. I have not. I think that they would push me out if I did, wouldn't they?
I think it's an interesting question. So you don't legally have to disclose, and disclosure is very much a personal choice. So, and I think in terms of the conversations we normally have with our clients around disclosure, that it's usually something that develops over time. So it depends a little bit on how long you've been with your employer, and also how you've seen your employer treat other people potentially who've presented, with maybe other illnesses or disabilities. So in our work and our role and the clients that we support, we have a broad mix of clients, but also a broad mix of employers. There are some amazing employers, and then there's other employers who don't provide as much support. So the best thing we can do is support you through that journey, but in terms of your supports, it's probably, you mentioned you're a single mum, but I'm hoping that you have some other supports in the community, parents or other friends and family who can support you, but having that discussion with them to potentially discuss disclosure and having a little bit of think about that. But it's certainly not something that we do as professionals in terms of giving you guidance either way. We just support you with that decision making. In terms of our program, we can support you whether you have or haven't disclosed. That's not a problem. The sorts of things that we would be potentially looking at doing if you have disclosed, there are more things that we can do in the workplace, obviously, but we have probably 30% of our clients haven't disclosed their disability to their employers. And in those circumstances, we can still get them equipment and help them with their clinical symptom management to enable them to work more efficiently.
So you think I won't lose my job?
Well, I guess at this stage, no. It's very early. It's very, very early stages for looking at losing your job. I think the biggest thing when you're newly diagnosed is getting good support. So we have over 50 clients that we support throughout Perth and Bunbury currently, and understandably you'd be worried about losing your job. It's very, very early in the piece. I think your first decision to think about is what you would like to do moving forward regarding disclosure. And also would be trying to support you in the background. I think given that you've got so much going on, you talked about falls, you talked about concerns about your symptom management, I think we need to start to put some supports in place initially. And again, I think your decision making will evolve whilst we're putting some of those supports in place to make it a bit easier for you.
Wow, this sounds really good, because falling, I'm really scared of falling at work. And there's a lot of other things going on that maybe I should think about disclosing. I had not thought about any of it because I can't think straight about it. It's just so overwhelming.
Sure. Our physios will talk probably more about falls a little bit later, but just from an employment perspective, I think employers look at it more, I think, from workplace health and safety and risk of falling. So, they don't want you to have a workplace accident or injury because of a fall. So it's probably thinking about it from that perspective. One of the things we do within our team is we do have allied health clinicians in our employment team. So we would do an assessment to assess your falls risk, look at your mobility, and Marga later on will talk a little bit about some of the aids that are available to support you as well from a physical perspective. So not walking aids, but things that can help a little bit with your foot drop. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I did not realise that I could get so much help with being able to work. And what about my sleep? I don't know what to do about sleeping, and I'm just waking up so tired every morning.
Yeah, sleep and fatigue, the OTs can go a bit more broadly into. One thing I was going to talk a little bit with you about as well was around, you mentioned about cognitive function and forgetting things. We do have an OT within our team who does cognitive rehabilitation and provides support to our clients on issues that clients are having at work. I might get Sarah, though, to have a little bit more of a chat to you from an OT perspective about the things that she can support you with in that space regarding both sleep and cognition, though.
Oh, thank you so much, Lee.
Hi Tracy, I'm Sarah, I'm an occupational therapist. Like Lee was saying, sleep and cognition are definitely areas that we can help with. Specifically about cognition, I know your goal is to stay at work, and we can certainly help you there. We know that things like difficulties with memory, attention, problem solving, word finding, they're all things that people with MS can often find difficulty with, and I see you nodding there, so perhaps they're things that resonate with you. From an OT point of view, we can work both short-term and long-term with you. We want to make sure that we can short-term put strategies in place straight away so that you can keep doing the things that you want to be doing. A lot of them short-term are compensatory, so it might be more using prompting, equipment, or little reminders or even assistance from others to make sure that you can keep doing the things that are important to you. And then longer term, we can look at coming up with a tailored cognitive program so we can work on your brain function as well. And we can do this.
Really?
I know,
Really?
it's exciting, isn't it?
What?
And we can do this one-on-one with you. And we can also, as of next year, we're running a brand new cognitive group that looks specifically at attention and memory in a really functional-based way. So lots of things that are appropriate for workplace. So we can definitely get you involved with that if you're interested.
I'm very interested. I didn't realise this. I could get help around this stuff. I'm losing my words.
Yeah, absolutely. And if word finding, just to play on what you've said there, if word finding and any other communication difficulties are also a concern, our lovely speech pathology colleagues can also assist there. With cognition, we try and look at things quite holistically. So we also like to consider aspects like sleep and fatigue, even medication management or exercise and diet. They can all really impact your brain health and really impact your cognitive performance day to day. So we like to look at them as well.
Wow, thank you so much. I just had no idea that all of this was interrelated.
I know, there's so much, isn't there? You've also mentioned you're having some difficulties with sleep, is that right?
Yes. I just can't get to sleep. Then when I do get to sleep, I wake up and I'm really hot. I can go to the toilet several times a night and I'm falling for no reason at all.
Yeah, and that's certainly very common with MS as well, so you're definitely not alone there. We can definitely help with sleep. The first thing that we like to do is start with assessment so we can figure out exactly what it is that's impacting that sleep. We've also recently started an improved sleep health program with SPIN research group out of ECU. So they're gathering data on neurological conditions and they're able to keep us updated with the best research that's coming out and keep us in line with the sleep health guidelines as well with our recommendations. With assessments, we like to look at if there's any maybe underlying medical cause, so maybe insomnia or sleep apnea that might be impacting your sleep. We also look at your sleep environment, so if there's any light or sound or noise or temperature that's impacting your sleep, as well as pain or incontinence potentially that's impacting sleep. And then we can also look at sleep behaviour. So if there's anything that before going to bed or whilst you're in bed is impacting your sleep as well. You mentioned that you're waking up and you're feeling quite warm during the night, is that right?
Yes, I'm overheating.
Yeah, so just as an example, we've got cooling systems that you can actually use in bed overnight. So on top of your mattress, an example is something called the HydroSense. It's a system that has water running through it and it's like a pad that you sit on top of your mattress. So then you're in contact with the mattress with the pad, the cooling pad, throughout the night. So then your skin is constantly being cooled throughout the night. So it's kind of an active process.
Really? This is all out there?
Yes.
I had no idea.
There's so much out there, so we're definitely happy to explore that with you.
Wow. Thank you, Sarah.
Of course.
That's so good. I'm losing weight as well. Is that something you can deal with?
Not so much weight loss. I'll pass you on to our dietetics later and they can maybe assist with that. I just wanted to touch quickly on fatigue because you mentioned that throughout the day you are feeling really quite fatigued. Is that right?
Yes, and I thought it had to do with sleep because I wasn't having good sleep. That's why I thought I was fatigued during the day.
And certainly it can be. We know that better sleep results in less fatigue, but also we know for MS clients, I think around 95% of people still experience fatigue as a main symptom, and that's irrespective of sleep as well. So fatigue is definitely something that we can explore, and it's a very multidisciplinary area. So you'll hear from some of my colleagues a little bit later as well that they can all assist with fatigue in different ways, but we can certainly help with fatigue management and energy conservation, look at the things that you're doing at the moment and work out what's really important for you to keep doing, and then work out how to make that happen. And it might be about reprioritising items or using assistive technology to help. And we've also, again, got a fatigue management group that we run roughly once every 3 months. So that's something that we can help with if you're interested there as well.
Wow, there's just so much to think about. I didn't realise that this was all out there.
There is a lot.
Wow.
The other thing I've noticed, Tracy, you've got the wound on your arm. How did that happen?
Yeah, I keep falling to my right and I keep injuring my elbow. Every time I fall into my bedroom wall, into the door of the home as I'm entering the house, my foot doesn't seem to lift up, so I keep injuring my elbow.
Sure. Like Lee said, our colleague in physio will chat to you a little bit about walking aids potentially, and I'll pass you on in a moment to my colleague in nursing who can discuss wound care management with you a little bit. But just to let you know, from an OT perspective, we can also come out and do home assessments, so we can have a look at the doorways that you are falling into and see if there's anything in that environment that's actually causing those falls, make any changes that need to happen so that you can be safe in accessing your home. We can also provide a falls alarm, so if you are having falls and needing some assistance to get up, you can always call for help if you need to. So just please know that information, and what I might do is ask my colleague in nursing to talk to you a little bit about wound care management, if that's okay.
Oh, thank you so much. I thought OTs were just for older people. This is really great. Thank you,
No
Sarah.
problem.
Hi Tracy, my name's Lauren. I'm one of the nurses. How are you?
Oh, hi Lauren. I'm doing okay, thank you.
So I heard that you had a fall and it resulted in a graze or a skin tear to your elbow.
Yes, I keep hitting the same area over and over.
So what we'd probably look at first is a falls risk assessment tool. So this tool will help us review and see what your risk factors are, whether you're a low, medium or high risk for falls, so that we could start looking at some preventative measures as well to try and reduce those numbers of falls in the future. I would then put that referral through to our OT and our physiotherapist. So luckily you've already seen our OT, so that's good.
Yes.
And then we'll have a look at your wound itself, so looking at what wound care we'd be able to provide for you. So we'll come out to your home, make a home visit.
Really?
Or you're more than welcome to visit us at one of our MSWA hubs as well. And we'll do a assessment and review of the wound, have a look at the surrounding skin and formulate a care plan as well as to how we're going to address the wound. So with your skin tear on your elbow, we normally put a non-adhesive dressing on one of those. If you've got skin still attached to the wound, we try and pop that back over the wound if it's viable tissue, so that you can keep the skin, and it formulates a better wound healing process as well. So the non-adhesive dressing will help with that. If you've got very good hydrated skin in the surrounding area, then we can also apply an adhesive dressing as well if need be, which is what you've got applied now.
Thank you. I just have been fixing it myself. I didn't know if I was doing the right or wrong thing.
Yeah, so we'll attend weekly reviews, or reviews as we deem necessary, to come and have a look, redress the wound, send off any other relevant referrals that we deem necessary. If we think for whatever reason the wound's not healing adequately, then we'll have a look and possibly put a GP referral through, just in case they want to take some swabs of the wound, make sure there's no infection there. And then we'd also have a look at your wound healing process. If we see that there's any deficits there, such as your nutritional intake and your hydration, we'd definitely pass that on to our dietetics team to just help with that wound healing phase.
What? You've got more help for me?
There's more.
Wow. This is awesome. Thank you, Lauren.
So hi Tracy, my name's Misty. I'm one of the dietitians. So I'll segue on from wound healing. I don't think many people think nutrition when they think wound healing, but it is actually really important. The things you're eating is nourishing your body well, and also your skin. So we're looking at things like protein and the little building blocks of protein called amino acids, and making sure you're having enough and the right types of these, as well as things like zinc and vitamin C. So we can either do that through your diet, or if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed, we can recommend a supplement, which might be a bit easier in the interim.
Yeah, I'm feeling very tired. I'm probably not eating right, and this is not healing, so maybe it has got something to do with me not eating correctly.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and you mentioned you were losing weight, Tracy, is that right? Yeah.
Yes, I'm just too tired to cook, and I'm just so exhausted. I just feed the girls and then I go to bed.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's a bit of unintentional weight loss. So we can definitely help with that. If you're wanting to lose weight, we can also assist. But if it's that unintentional weight loss, we want to try and halt that. So we can look at ways to try and make food more accessible, whether that be using more healthy packaged snacks and foods, looking at some more frozen options, or we can even apply to the NDIS for maybe some help in the home or co-funding of pre-prepared meals if you're eligible.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's a lot we can do.
Wow, Misty, that's amazing. I'm blown away by all these different things that you're offering.
Yeah, and
I
I'll
never
also...
even thought of anything.
Yeah, and I'll also touch on fatigue as well. You mentioned you're feeling fatigued in the afternoons, is that right?
Yes, but how can you help?
So nutrition as well impacts your energy levels and may exacerbate your MS fatigue if you're not eating enough of the right things.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So we want to try and make sure we're getting in a good load of good carbohydrates, so those nice grains and seeds, and we can again look at ways to make that easiest for you. Spread those evenly throughout the day and make sure you're having the right amounts of those throughout the day.
Oh, my mum always said stay away from carbohydrates, and you're telling me different. I like you.
So Tracy, also hydration. You mentioned you feel like you're going to the bathroom a lot and you're waking up during the night to go to the toilet, is that right?
I'm trying not to drink a lot because I'm going to the toilet a lot already. If I drink more, I'm going to go more, aren't I?
Yeah. So we can calculate your fluid needs and we can chat to you about when would be best to have those fluids around the day and make sure the fluids that you are having are the right types. So making sure it's water and maybe not so much the caffeinated beverages, as that might exacerbate you needing to go to the toilet, and also your bowels, that may impact that also.
Oh, I do like my coffee.
Yeah, so we can calculate how much is the right amount for you, and I'm sure we can still work in some coffee for you.
Oh, phew, I don't have to give up coffee.
No.
Thank you, Misty.
No worries. I'll segue into Dee's. She's going to chat to you a little bit more about bowels.
Hi Tracy, I'm Dee.
Hi Dee.
I'm going to talk to you twofold. One, I'm going to mention you've started on a medication for your MS.
Oh yeah, it's got a really weird name. KISS, I think.
Would it be Kesimpta?
Oh, that sounds like it.
Okay.
I'm a bit scared about it because they said something about I'd need a needle.
Yes. And are you needle phobic?
I don't like them. I don't run away from them if I have to have one, but I'm not real keen.
And it's a natural instinct. Nobody wants to have to give themselves a stab of needle, but we will support you through it. Obviously, yourself and your neurologist have talked about it, and they feel that this is the best therapy for you.
Yes.
So we would get you to come into one of our hubs, which is the nearest one to you. And we would train you. We would first of all show you a training kit, and you can have a bit of a play and get yourself familiar with the medication. And then we would actually get you, before you leave, to actually inject yourself.
Oh, so I'm not at home alone doing this?
No, not at all.
Oh, wow, Dee, that's fantastic.
Absolutely, yes. And ongoing, we would support you. We would, between phone calls and telehealth. And at any time, Monday to Friday, we have a nurse support line. So we would be, if you feel that the person that trained you wouldn't be around, you know that there is support Monday to Friday. Then we would also get you in contact with the actual there's a support for clients as well called MS Go for people that are on Kesimpta. So we would also assist you there as well.
Oh, wow, Dee, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I've been very overwhelmed with all this information, and having to inject myself alone, it was really getting quite scary.
Of course, and that's understandable because it is overwhelming. And sometimes it just takes step by step, and someone there to, relay any of your fears is a good way of approaching things. We'd also tell you about skin, rotating the sites, so that if there's any skin reactions, we would talk you through and support you that as well.
Okay, all these things I haven't thought of. Wow, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, your second issues, you were mentioning some bladder issues.
Yeah, I knew my mum had lots of problems as she got older. I wasn't expecting at 35 to have these issues, I've got to tell you.
Yeah, but I think it's because sometimes you've had 2 children as well, and your MS, a neurogenic bladder and bowel. I know you've mentioned your bladder, but have you any issues with your bowel?
Oh, Dee, that's not something I'd like to talk about.
I understand.
It's quite private, and we're not very private here, are we?
But this is you and me. This is you and me,
Okay.
and it's a safe space to talk. It is, yes.
Okay, I get quite bound up, and I've got to eat licorice quite often.
Okay, so obviously Misty is going to be looking at some of your diet, so she can support you around nutrition value as well. I can support you with a continence assessment, and at the same time we can do a nursing assessment to see whether we can send you for other services and refer you for other services within the allied team that have already been mentioned. But with the continence assessment, we'd look at bladder and bowel diaries to see what you're taking in and what you're putting out, and how frequent you're going, and how we can assist with, calming that bladder down somewhat, and strategies to help you and assist you with that. Also, with your bowel, we would talk about, maybe you might need a little bit of assistance to make you go regularly and get you into a bladder routine and a bladder regime. Bowel regime, my apologies.
Because the licorice doesn't always work.
No, it's not the most reliable thing to have. Obviously with coffee, it's a bladder irritant, so we'd look at around that as well, strategies.
Another irritant for coffee.
But we would never tell you to stop, because we have to have some life pleasures, don't we?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So then we would, after reviewing the bladder and bowel after a couple of days, I'll bring you back in again and we'll review it. And then we would also scan your bladder just to see if you're retaining any urine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You've got all this equipment as well.
We do. At MSWA, yes, we do. So we would check out, to see if there is anything being left in your bladder after you going to the toilet. But there are other strategies that my colleague here on my right, Marga, will be able to tell you, because she is the pelvic expert. So I'll let her hand over to Marga.
Thank you so much, Dee.
You're so welcome, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy. Oh, that was a bit loud. My name is Marga, and I'm one of the physios with the wonderful MSWA physio and the rest of the Allied Health team. And yeah, just to complement on Dee's work with the continence, my area within the MS physio team is to deal with pelvic health. So similar to what Dee was saying, what we tend to do is you will come in for a pelvic health assessment, and we will take an extensive history of your symptoms with your bladder and your bowel. And I know sometimes it's really difficult to talk about these things, but I want to reassure you that is a very common symptom with clients with MS. Yes, we see this every day. Yeah.
Oh, right.
It's very common, but we don't want to normalize it. You did say that you think it's because you've had children, and it's not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it is common, but we don't want to normalize it, because there are a lot of things that you can do about it, and it can improve. Even though it's part of your MS, yes, they can improve those symptoms.
So I'm not going to end up like my mum?
No, if you do a little bit of work about it, you should definitely improve your current symptoms. So within the assessment in the pelvic health area, what we tend to do is take that history, do a bladder diary or a bowel diary like Dee as well, give you a lot of information. What the bladder and the bowel diary does is it gives you a lot of information of how your bladder and your bowel is behaving throughout the week and during the day. And then after that, what we do is give you some strategies of how to deal with the fluids like Misty. As you said earlier as well, a common thing from people to do is because you're going to the toilet so often, you tend to drink way less fluid, and it's actually working against you.
Right.
We will not take away your coffee.
Thank you.
But we might tell you to manage your coffee a little bit better. Okay. But all those strategies, they're lifestyle changes, and they will help you a lot with your symptoms.
If you say I don't have to give up coffee, I'm willing to
You
compromise.
may have to reduce your coffee intake, but not take away that nice first coffee in the morning, and then your symptoms will still probably do a lot better than what you're doing. But we will all work together, as we said, you know, the dietetics is role, the nursing team, the physio team. I can also help you with some pelvic floor exercises, just to make sure you feel a lot more confident in that feeling that you are not going to make it to the toilet. So yeah, that will help you a lot as well. And yeah, I would like to ask you another question. You mentioned that you're having difficulty with your right foot.
Yes.
And a lot of fatigue and trips and falls.
Yes.
And you're finding it difficult to walk some distances as well. So obviously, as part of the physio team, my area is pelvic health, but we also do falls prevention. We prescribe equipment. Like, for example, I can show you a very small device here. This is called a dictus splint. And even though it's quite a small, slightly small device, it can help you a lot for those initial symptoms that you mentioned, that you find your right foot dragging.
Yes.
So it can also help your fatigue, because you're not consuming so much energy trying to lift your foot every single time that you're taking a step. Then it will help you to not feel as tired with short walks. So it works really well. So it's very, very effective. And in terms of falls, obviously we can help you with some equipment, walking equipment. Like, you're walking regularly, okay, but sometimes the fatigue can make you a little bit more wobbly as well. So perhaps advising you to have like a foldable walking stick. Nobody will notice it. You put it in your bag, you take it out when you're outside and you're having to walk long distances, and it can help you quite a lot as well.
Oh, I can hide it in my bag when I don't need it.
Yeah, and then when you're in the office, nobody will have it. Yeah, yeah, if you feel like you're still, you know, around that disclosing your symptoms, etc. So yeah, that's just only two of the areas that we do within the physio team, but we have quite a large physiotherapy department, and we do like other services like falls prevention. We can prescribe you some exercise to make sure that your balance is actually improving. It can probably get better because you condition your body a little bit more. And we also have respiratory physio. We also have lymphedema services. So yeah, we can help you with quite a few things as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your team must be really huge to help me with all those things.
Yeah.
Crikey. Thank you, Marga.
No problem.
So, do you think I can carry on with my work? I've got this amazing team, but how do I get funding? How do I pay for this? Do I have to mortgage my house?
It feels like that sometimes, but it's interesting you say that, because often a lot of the clients that we see who maybe are diagnosed 4 or 5 years down the track, they'll actually reflect, and I think this was something that was mentioned in the last forum, but they'll often rack up huge amounts of money in terms of care services that they require. It might be physiotherapy, or it might be other clinical requirements that they have to keep themselves well. So you're exactly right, it can all add up, and cost of living is a big issue at the moment. As I said earlier, Tracy, our service is free, which is fantastic, so you can access it from day one. MSW also has counselling services, and also the nurse support line is available to you for day one for free, which is great.
Free?
Yep.
Free?
Yeah.
Can you put that in writing?
Exactly. Which is useful. And in terms of, I think, our other services, we do try to encourage clients to access the NDIS. We do have a team internally who can support you with that. We do find, even with our early intervention clients that we have in the employment team as well, that we also get to know them quite well, so we can also support them through that process of acquiring plans. So probably half of our clients have NDIS plans, the other half don't feel they're at a stage where they need that, but certainly if they feel that they need more and they want to access more services, then the team within MSWA will be happy to help you to do that. And given all the stuff that you've mentioned, it makes sense for you to have support, I think, already for us to look at that in terms of accessing NDIS. So more than happy to help you in that space.
Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you. Wow, such a great team. I'm amazed with all the different people that can actually help me. You all seem like you work well together and you communicate well across the different departments. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Has anybody got any questions they'd like to give to our panel?
Thank you. That was fantastic dialogue. Really appreciate. I didn't even know some of the services at all. And my burning question was, how much is all this going to cost? So if you're not on NDIS, does that mean the services are free? And if you are on NDIS, does that mean that these services are then invoiced as NDIS services? Does it cost through the NDIS? Is there a difference?
Yeah, I mean, so our services are funded in different ways. Some of the services we're able to provide for free, including the employment service. Other services within the teams are funded through the NDIS. That's correct. So, but again, I guess we're always there's a lot of stuff even within our team that we do where we'd be providing help and support for clients, and I know some of the other clinicians do as well, where clients may not have funding, but we'll still try to help and support people as much as we can, whether that's to get them funding or get them a plan or refer them to other services that can help them. So we like to think that we try to do as much of that as we can. And again, we do find, I think, that majority of the clients that we see are often eligible for NDIS. It's, I think a lot of the barriers that were talked about earlier, the NDIS and access is really about functional impact. How does your condition functionally impact you? So often OTs, physios, clinicians are in a good spot to be able to know their clients and justify that. You know, saying that you have a medical condition or a diagnosis of MS doesn't show necessarily how those silent symptoms are impacting you. So, but yeah, more broadly, yeah, we get funding from different sources to be able to provide services, and some are accessed through the NDIS and others are accessed through other funding sources like Department of Health or DSS, which is our funding services. So, yeah. Yes, correct. Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah. Well, I guess everything we do is funded in different ways. So some of our services are funded, as said, through state funding. Others are federal funding. So all services are funded through different sources, but it does depend what service you're accessing. But the reason, and I know it's a frustration in terms of, you know, services or things being billed to the NDIS, but also when the NDIS came in, a lot of block funding that NFPs were provided at the time was also taken away from them and put into the NDIS. So, you know, for all of our services to continue and remain viable, we do have to charge through the NDIS. So that's, I guess, part of the frustration. And I think for clinicians as well, it can frustrate because it's, you know, there's billable hours and everything is costed. So, but the frustrations are with the clinicians as much as I think participants. But we like to think that the quality of what we provide is quite high, and we have really good clinicians, you know, internally within the business. And again, like, there's a lot of stuff that we do that isn't funded as well. And MSWA does provide a lot of services out of pocket to the MS community that clients often aren't aware of as well. So.
Can I just say one more question? Sorry, over here. We've got to wrap up shortly to move into next door. So if you don't mind, we'll grab this question and then we'll wrap up this session.
I'll be quick, I promise. First class presentation from all of you, fantastic. I thought it was great. Wondered if it's recorded, and if it's not, I'm sure you're all on your website, no doubt, and all the information's there, I hope so. And given I don't live in Western Australia, can I do an outsourced service and have you provide service to me interstate? I thought you were so good. So, first class. Well done, people.
Thank you.
Thank you to the MSWA team for putting that together. That's incredible. Shortly, we're going to move across to the bigger hall where we have the final close. I think there's a short break, 5-minute break, but we start to head over there now. Thank you so much, everyone. They're ready. Okay, they're ready for us.